Please note that the audience may experience technical difficulties and internet connectivity issues during the webinar, which are beyond the control of the organizer and Doherty. If you encounter any connectivity issues or technical problems which will result in partial completion of the webinar, you may view the on-demand video which will be available at the organizer's Doherty channel in the Doherty application and website.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Manila Doctors Hospital, Department of Pediatrics, 11th Virtual Scientific Forum Prep School. Partnerships, resources, environment, and parenting. We are close on our destination. Let us continue this afternoon's session as we present topics involving parenting. For this session, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Eufrosina Melendres.
Welcome to the third and last day of our scientific forum. I am Dr. Eufrosina Marina Angeles Melendres, a hematologist, and I am honored to introduce our next set of speakers. The first is Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Ana Cristina Angeles Tuazon. She obtained her degree of Bachelor of Science in Psychology, magna cum laude, from the University of the Philippines in Diliman, Quezon City. She obtained 3 titles. First, as a Doctor of Clinical Psychology, or PSYD, after training for 5 years at the Wright Institute in Berkeley, California, where she also obtained her MA in Clinical Psychology. Second, she earned the title of a Certified Specialist in Clinical Psychology, or CSCLP, conferred by the Psychological Association of the Philippines, or PAP. Third, she is a registered psychologist, or RPSY, after passing the 2017 Psychological Board exam, of which she was the first placer. Dr. Ana is a tenured faculty, being an associate professor of the Department of Psychology of UP Diliman. She teaches topics like child and adolescent clinical psychology, family therapy, and disaster mental health, among others. She is a clinical supervisor of the UPD PsychServe at UP Diliman. She is a research affiliate faculty of the Institute of Health, Policy and Development Studies, National Institutes of Health in UP Manila. Out of her 9 research publications, either as principal or co-author, 5 were related to the devastating effects of Typhoon Haiyan. She has 5 ongoing researches as lead investigator or co-investigator, mostly related to disaster response and mental health. At her young age, Dr. Ana has given at least 55 lectures and counting, both in the Philippines and abroad. Aside from her academic and research workload, Dr. Ana Tuazon is also a columnist of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. The title of her column is Safe Space. She is also a GMA News online host of Share Ko Lang. Incidentally, Ana is my niece, and she is the daughter of one of our PPS presidents, Dr. Alex Tuazon. The title of her lecture today is Helping Children Regulate and Respond Adaptively. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to the Manila Doctors Hospital, Department of Pediatrics 11th Scientific Forum. So when they first asked me to provide a short lecture, a 30-minute lecture today, they first asked me to talk about disciplining, how to discipline children, no? And I actually did ask if I could modify the topic, because instead of disciplining, di ba, parang what is the function, what is the purpose of discipline? I'd like to think that we are doing it so that we can help children regulate and respond adaptively. Okay, so as a lecture overview, it's quite ambitious for a 30-minute talk. First, we again like to talk about discipline versus regulation. Some theoretical background just to help us understand our children better, such as stages of moral development, understanding children's behavior, the ABCs of behavior management, emotion regulation, missing links analysis when they don't do the behaviors that are expected, and then the issue with punishment. Okay, so first off, why am I emphasizing regulation versus discipline? No, because at least discipline in the traditional connotation, right? Discipline is, di ba, parang it's parent focus in a way, parang kailangan sumunod ng bata, di ba? Parang how can we help them follow rules, etc. And so really the focus of discipline in the traditional sense has been about obedience and compliance with rules. So it's sort of very one way, diba? Parang it's the child that needs to comply. It's the child that needs to follow. And as such, there is a hierarchical structure between the parent and the child, which is the parent that says, this is my house, because I said so, you have to follow my rules. And then the child's job is to simply follow. Now, with regulation, though, if we can have a more holistic view of discipline, really, it's really at the core of it is regulation. So developing skills and coping, we want them to develop good life skills, good coping skills. The values are child-centered, kasi I always ask, I like to ask the parents of my child clients about what kind of children would you like them to be? What kind of adults would you like them to grow into? What kind of values? We don't really say, I want an obedient adult. I want a compliant adult. Not really, right? We want an adult that's independent, that is considerate of other people, an adult that can be a good spouse to someone else, right? A good parent to someone. So the values now become centered on the child rather than what the parent just sort of wants in the present, which is for children to follow, children to be compliant and quiet, no? And instead of a hierarchical structure, co-regulation, no? So meaning parents are partners, no? And they help and they guide and they facilitate children, and we are co-regulators with our children. So it is not just the kid that needs to regulate. We as parents, we as the adults in their lives need to regulate as well. They cannot regulate if we are not regulated. Kasi pag sinasabing dinidisiplina ang bata, walang prerequisite, Pwedeng nagdidisiplina ng bata ng galit, ng anxious, natakot yung parent. But in regulation, co-regulation is necessary. Okay, so I hope we are all on board now with this sort of perspective on what it means to really discipline children. Is really, I hope, staying away from the traditional notions of discipline and in wanting to regulate, helping children with regulating, either physical regulation, cognitive regulation, and of course, emotional regulation. Now, just a little bit on the stages of moral development by Kohlberg. Okay, so one thing we need to understand, again, the difference between traditional discipline and regulation is that we are thinking developmentally. Binabagay natin sa developmental age and stage, no, ng bata ang ating parenting strategies, right? So I've many times, unfortunately, many times I've encountered parents na parang dapat kusa ng ginagawa ng anak ko yan. Bakit kailangan pa siyang pagsabihan? Ba't kailangan ko pa siyang bigyan ng reward, ng, parang ng incentives? And then the child is only 3 years old. Diba? So we have to understand that morality, sense of values also develops as well. No? Hindi siya intact, when they're born, it's fully formed. So in the pre-conventional, so there are 3 clusters and 6 stages and 3 categories of moral development. The first, the pre-conventional. So the first stage is avoiding punishment, and then the second is self-interest. So I'm going to talk about them together. So these are for children ages 3 to 7, okay? The moral reasoning here is based on reward and punishment. So they would do something simply to avoid punishment or to get a reward. It doesn't mean they're materialistic or selfish. This is just what they are developmentally capable of understanding when it comes to evaluating what is good behavior and bad behavior. So at this stage and at this age, it's completely appropriate not to set a system of reward, to set a system of rewards for our children. It does not spoil them. It is not bribing. Of course, appropriate rewards. Now, not like a car or a device like an iPad at that age. Now, it needs to be appropriate to the behavior you're trying to reward. Now, the second cluster is the conventional, for ages 8 to 13, where it's now about moral reasoning based on external ethics. So this is the good boy, good girl, good child attitude, no? Para okay, that's, di ba, ang sinasabi natin, di ba big girl ka na? Di ba big boy ka na? Pag big boy ka, itong ginagawa natin. Pag big girl ka, tumutulong ka na sa bahay, di ba? Or tinutulungan mo yung bata mong kapatid. That's that stage, no? Parang based on external ethics. Kasi sabi ni mama, ito ang good girl, good boy, good child, right? This is the good thing to do. So the children at this stage are still relying on others, usually the parents and the family, to understand what is good and bad. And then the next stage is the law and order morality, which is based on, kasi ito yung nasa batas, kasi ito yung rule. So pagdating sa school, because this is the rule in school, I will follow. So very rule-based siya, no? Because we have laws, so then that's the good behavior. Now, the last stage is the post-conventional stage in adulthood, where moral reasoning is now based on personal ethics. So hindi na siya purely based on what other people are saying or what other people saying are good and bad. It's not purely based on what we get out of it or what we're trying to avoid. It's based on personal ethics, like the social contract. So in terms of our relationships, not being considerate of others, and as a matter of principle. Okay? So yung parang sense of personal principle. And usually at this stage, diba, in adulthood, this is where kaka-conflict minsan ng parents and their adult children, because adult children will develop their own set of morality and their own set of ethics, now based on principle, universal ethics, based on social contract. So we need to really make sure that our parenting strategies are appropriate developmentally, to the kind of moral development, what is good and what is bad. Okay, next is understanding children's behavior. So more than the behavior itself, it is the function of the behavior that determines how parents should respond. Okay? So for example, pag sinabing nagtatantrum siya, even that, that's a classic example. They come to me saying nagtatantrum ang anak nila. And of course, the first thing I ask is, what does that look like first? Kasi a tantrum is different for everyone. Yung iba, ang tantrum is kicking and screaming and shouting. Yung iba, tantrum na yung umiiyak. umiiyak lang, tantrum na. Or yung iba, hindi lang sumasagot yung bata sa kanila, tantrum na daw yun. So, for me, I like to be very descriptive with my behavior. When we describe behavior, no judgments, no vague labels. And then after that, then I try to figure out what is the function? Ano yung function na sinaserve ng behavior na ito? Kasi more than, okay, this is what you do for tantrums. It doesn't really, di ba? Parang walang prescription for that. But based on, ano ba yung function ng tantrum? Di ba? Is it because they wanted candy and they didn't get it? Or they wanted iPad time and they didn't get it? Is it because they had a tough time at school? No? So they were very irritable, or they didn't sleep very well. And so they're irritable. Is that why they're throwing a tantrum? So if you're understanding what the function, so iba ang cause and function, no? So we're gonna go into that shortly, but what is ano yung sinaserve niyang function? And then once you know what function it is serving, then you can more easily come up with an alternative behavior that can serve that function. And this alternative behavior, hopefully, let's say instead of a tantrum, is them asking, not parents making a request or soothing if they're irritable and tired. Then we can introduce alternative adaptive behaviors that can take the place of the original disruptive behavior that serves the same function. Because if you just, let's say, punish that behavior without knowing why they're crying, without knowing what is the purpose of their tantrum, then it's just going to morph into something else. It's gonna turn into, from kicking and screaming, it turns into pulling the hair, and then it turns into something more serious like self-injury, not self-harm, etc. So it's really important to understand the function of our children's behavior. So let me share with you, not an exhaustive list, but some of the more common functions so that we can understand how to use it. So the first is, the most common function is to obtain something. They do it to obtain something. So either to obtain a desired object, like an iPad or candy, or in sometimes, actually very common as well, it's to obtain desired attention. No? So they want attention from mom, they want attention from dad. So you'll be surprised that the tantrum is a way to get attention. And so when you provide attention, even though galit ka and you're scolding that child, but you gave the child attention and the function is precisely that, then guess what? Was that rewarded or not? Is that child more likely to do that again, right? So the other common function is to stop, delay, escape, or avoid something undesired. So let's say that's brushing their teeth or doing their homework or doing chores around the house. So if they do that, sometimes the tantrum is a way to delay it. So maybe they can't stop it altogether. They still have to do what they don't want to do. But a tantrum delays it by a few seconds, if not for a few minutes, sometimes a whole hour, right? And then again, pinapagalitan ni mommy. Pero actually, habang pinapagalitan niya, na successfully na-delay ng bata. No? Yung kanyang pagbabrush ng teeth, ganyan. And so again, does that, di ba, the scolding increase the likelihood of a tantrum or decrease it in that sense? So I would say that would increase it. Another common function is to soothe, or to self-soothe. So usually this is for, let's say, to soothe from boredom, lack of stimulation. And so they throw a tantrum because they're very unstimulated, or maybe perhaps they're irritable and very tired, or they're frustrated and upset. No? So nandito pumapasok yung sensory and emotion regulation. And so when the function is to soothe, I will tell you, no amount of consequence or punishment will have an effect on the frequency of that behavior. Kasi, throwing a tantrum, aggressive behaviors are ang tawag namin dyan, it's automatically reinforcing. Meaning, once nakapag aggressive behavior na sila, even if they get a severe punishment later, na-reinforce na because they felt relief. They felt soothed already, no, after blowing up. So we have to be very mindful of that. And that means actually with aggressive behaviors, we need to really focus on preventive strategies. We'll talk about preventive strategies later on. Well, actually, right now in this slide, and the ABCs of behavior management. Now, so what skills should we use? So what is the ABCs of behavior management? This is coming from applied behavior analysis. So A stands for antecedent, or what happens right before a behavior. B stands for the behavior that we're trying to change. C is the consequence. So consequence is what happens right after the behavior. So consequence isn't necessarily ano yung intended punishment or intended consequence ng parent, no? It's just, this is a temporal relationship. So meaning what happened right after. So for example, ano ko, maghintay ka mamayang gabi, pagdating ng tatay mo, papagalitan ka. Is that effective? No. Kasi so much time has passed in the meantime, di ba? Baka na-reward na or na-reinforce yung behavior na ayaw nating matutunan nila. Okay, so when it's with antecedents, we can do preventive strategies, and we can do teaching and skills training so that they know if there is something that is upsetting them or there is this particular event, we can help them. We can teach them already alternative, more adaptive behaviors they can use. No? So for example, I'll give you an example. So antecedent, so child X was using the iPad when mom told them to stop playing and come eat at the dinner table. So that's the antecedent, no? So the behavior is when child X started crying and stopped stomping their feet. And then the consequence, mom scolded child, right? So this is a very common scenario in most homes at this point. And so when it's antecedent, so for example, here are some examples of strategies for each of the components, right? So a preventive strategy, and this is not the only strategy, okay? There are many, many things you can do. I was just thinking of, just one to illustrate. So a preventive strategy is letting the child know 5 minutes before they are supposed to stop playing. So giving them time to wind down, giving them time to sort of accept that playing time will stop and will end. You can provide a countdown to be visual. Visual countdowns really help. And of course, make sure it's developmentally appropriate. For example, if you tell a child in an hour is forever for a young child, right? So you need to give them developmentally appropriate intervals. So if you preventive strategy, kasi we want to prevent the behavior from occurring in the first place, okay? Now, a behavior correction strategy, now if the behavior is already happening, right, you can instruct the child what they can do when they are upset or when they want to express protest. So this is where nag-iiba talaga sa discipline philosophy, di ba, versus regulation philosophy. One is we need to accept that being upset is an inevitable phenomenon for our children. Our children will have moments when they will feel upset. They will have moments when they want to protest or refuse something. So it's not where you're never supposed to be upset or you're never supposed to refuse or you're never supposed to protest. So what we need to teach them is what do they need to do? What can they do when they're upset or when they want to protest something or when they want to refuse something? So teach them adaptive or less disruptive ways to do that, diba? So either they can tell you, use certain words, they can, diba? But you can teach them something that's less disruptive than a tantrum. Now, consequence strategy, okay, so this is where you want to make sure you're not rewarding the disruptive behavior. And so, for example, as I said, scolding the child, like in the earlier example, can actually reinforce, because this child is wanting to delay or to stop, stopping the iPad playtime, right? And so you want to withhold the iPad calmly, firmly, without raising voice, without the need to avoid reinforcing the maladaptive behavior. Because scolding can actually give them, diba, sort of that desired delay. Okay? So, another is, as I said, especially when we talk about the function of soothing. If behavior is used as a self-soothing mechanism, we need to talk then about emotion regulation. So now I'm going to shift now from ABA, applied behavior analysis. I'm shifting to another perspective or theory this time, which is the DIR model of Greenspan. So DIR stands for developmental capacities, individual differences, and then relationship. Okay, so meaning we need to really understand what their developmental capacities. As I said, we don't expect certain things at 3. We don't expect a 3-year-old to be able to wait for a whole hour or 2 hours, right? That's not developmentally appropriate. They're not capable of doing that. Individual differences, this is where the neurodiversity matters, temperament differences in sensory sensitivities, alam natin yan, if they're hypersensory. That R is relationship. The relationship with the parent is very important. So just very briefly, I'm not going to go through each one. I will just so you have a sense of what the DIR model is. There's the social emotional stages of development from Greenspan. And the first stage is regulation and shared attention. See, so everything else follows. You can't ask them to follow rules. You can't ask them to understand the logical consequences of their actions if they're not regulated. Diba? So the first task always, the first developmental task is to regulate. And you first have to have shared attention so that they can engage with you, and then they can have two-way purposeful communication. Then they can problem solve. You see how many stages there have to be before you can even problem solve, and then building logical bridges. And so regulation is really, really important. The most common mistake is that magbibili ng magulang sa anak while they're distracted. Diba? They're not paying attention because they're playing games or doing something else. And then you shout out your bilins, your utos, and then you get mad that they don't do it. So first is they have to make sure that they're paying attention. You have to get their attention. You have to get their engagement, and you have to help them regulate so that they could do the next steps. Okay, so in this emotion regulation hierarchy, again, we're not going to go through all of that. Just so you have a sense, it's also developmental. Now, regulation is something that we need to teach, and it's something that slowly develops with children and adults, right? So first is extrinsic regulation. I think sinasabi kong co-regulation at the very beginning, regulating your own body to help the child regulate. So for infants, for example, diba, that's why the skin-to-skin contact, diba, being with your infant is so important, because parang you can help a person calm down kasi like the heartbeat, diba, it matches the heartbeat. So if they're close to you, your own regulation, your own physical regulation of your own body can help regulate your. Isn't that fantastic? So then there's mutual regulation, engaging in regulation strategies with the child. That's why when parents come to me seeking help for their child who's very, very anxious, guess what? I assess the anxiety of the parents, and I assess the parents' capacity to regulate themselves. Because if they can't regulate themselves, then how can the child regulate themselves as well, right? So mutual regulation. Then eventually you can have visual reminders. As I said, visual reminders are great. After that, you can wean down to verbal reminders, offer choices, asking about their needs, and then only then can they really, really regulate independently. So we should not expect 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. Heck, we shouldn't expect 10-year-olds and 11-year-olds, right? To self-regulate without help, right? Without scaffolding. Okay, so let's go briefly in missing links analysis. We're now switching theories yet again. This is now coming from the dialectical behavior therapy. And we're not going to go through all of this just for the sake of time. But it's really, missing links analysis is asking the following questions to understand how and why the needed effective behavior did not occur. So kanina, all those strategies are for disruptive behaviors, right? Behaviors that are maladaptive, that are somewhat destructive. This one naman, bakit hindi siya sumunod? Sinabi ko, di ba, inutusan ko siya, sinabi ko, ayusin niya yung kama niya, gawin niya yung homework niya. Bakit hindi niya nagawa? So this is when they don't do what is expected of them. So you have 4 questions there. First is, do you know what effective behavior was even needed? Does your child know what effective behavior was needed? This includes, do they know how to do it? So a lot of times when children don't do their homework, you have to check. Did they understand? First, did they know that there was homework to begin with? Diba? Most of the time, especially my children, my child clients with ADHD, diba? Parang, I didn't even know there was homework. Were they, did they understand the instructions? Is it too big, too vague? Or maybe they understand the instructions, but the skills required to do the homework, they don't have it yet. So maybe you need to break down the homework in terms of skills, right? The next is, was your child willing to do the effective behavior? So there's a willfulness thing. Do they need motivation? Do they need to understand the rationale for the errand or the chore, why we do these things? So hindi pwedeng because I said so. So they need to really understand who, and again, integrating with moral, diba? The stages of moral development, like, why do we do this? Who is it for? Diba? What do I get out of this? What does my family get out of this? The third is, did the thought of doing the effective behavior ever enter your child's mind? So this is where reminders. Did they forget? Do they need to set an alarm? Do they need to have a reminders notebook? Do they need coaching? No? And then the last is, what got in the way of doing the effective behavior right away? No? Kung hindi siya nagawa kaagad, nagpo-procrastinate, matagal gawin. So there are certain activities and problem solving solutions that we can do, like setting a reward, practicing opposite action, etc. Now, finally, let's go into the issue of punishment. So reinforcement and punishment. So it is much more effective to reinforce alternative adaptive behavior than it is to punish maladaptive behavior. So instead of saying, I want to reduce tantrums and I want to stop tantrums from happening, you need to identify first, what is the alternative behavior you want instead? Do you want them to talk about their feelings? Do you want them to write it down in a journal? Do you want them to use art, for example? So it's much more effective to reinforce the alternative behavior than it is to punish, not to actually provide a negative adverse consequence when they do the maladaptive behavior. So selective reinforcement, so meaning reinforcing the adaptive behavior and withholding reinforcement from the maladaptive behaviors, or making sure they're not rewarded for the tantrums, guides a child on what they're supposed to do or how they're supposed to cope, right? As opposed to that is positive punishment. We call it positive punishment when you provide, no, positive, meaning you're providing an adverse experience, compared to negative punishment, which is where you take away, something they like. So for example, you take away the iPad or grounding. That's what we call negative punishment, no? So positive punishment, when you provide an adverse experience, so let's say pinalo mo, corporal punishment, sinigawan mo, can lead to learning the wrong things, such as sneaking, lying, suppressing emotion, and violent behavior. So if you're not yet sold on this, I know it takes a lot of cultural adjustment for some families not to remove corporal punishment or physical punishment from their toolkit. I will tell you, if the behavior you're trying to punish is aggressive behavior, hitting, about pulling hair, screaming, using violent behavior as punishment leads to more violent behavior. You cannot, diba, parang kunyari, may hinit ng anak mo yung kapatid niya. You cannot hit that child as punishment, because guess what? That's modeling. That's observational learning. They will just do it even more because you're doing it, diba? So it's very counterproductive to use physical punishment against aggressive behaviors. Okay, so at the very least, please let us not do that. So last, I would like to leave you with these quotes. They're not my quotes. They're wonderful quotes from people online. Children aren't giving you a hard time. Children are having a hard time. No? So let's really focus on the child's experience rather than our own when it comes to parental decision making. And the last is you can't teach children to behave better by making them feel worse. When children feel better, they behave better. So thank you very much. And this is it for my part of today's sailing, I guess, for Manila Doctors. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Manila Doctors Hospital, Department of Pediatrics, 11th Virtual Scientific Forum Prep School. Partnerships, resource.
Our second speaker is Dr. Christine Leonor Maria Cruz Conducto. Dr. Conducto obtained her medical degree from the De La Salle University College of Medicine. She had her residency in pediatrics at the University of the Philippines, Philippine General Hospital, and later her fellowship training in neurodevelopmental pediatrics at the Philippine Children's Medical Center. She underwent specialty training courses like the Griffiths Mental Development Scales, the Autism Diagnostic Observation Scales, including the infant module and the Newborn Behavioral Observation System in the UK, Singapore, and Melbourne. Dr. Conducto is a fellow of the Philippine Pediatric Society, as well as a fellow of the Philippine Society for Developmental and Behavioral Pediatrics, or PSDBP. Her latest position was in 2022 as its secretary. Presently, Dr. Conducto is the OIC section head, Section of Neurodevelopmental Pediatrics, Child Neuroscience Division of the Philippine Children's Medical Center, also the training officer of its fellowship training program. She is also the center head of the Neurodevelopmental Center of St. Luke's Medical Center in Quezon City. Dr. Conducto is a visiting consultant of the Child Neurosciences Center here in Manila Doctors Hospital. She has also conducted workshops in the field of neurodevelopmental pediatrics. The title of her lecture today is Gadget Overload, Detoxifying Children. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me on this 11th Scientific Forum on Prep School. It is my pleasure to deliver this lecture assigned to me. Congratulations to everyone for this successful event. For today, I will be discussing the possible effects of gadget addiction on the human brain, cognition, and behavior. This is important due to the significant amount of time that individuals spend using the digital media. The objectives of this lecture are to discuss gadget addiction and its effect on the development of children, discuss ways on how to overcome gadget addiction, and discuss ways on how to use gadgets appropriately. Young people today are more connected than ever. Digital media are becoming important aspects of our modern life. Children are spending more time with screen media and at younger ages than ever before. They are becoming computer experts at a very young age. During this pandemic, these children have been immersed in technology for education and learning. Just to compare our life during the times gadgets were not yet available, and now that we have it, this gadget revolution is now an expectation that information be readily available on demand from anywhere. This is the age of gratification. While technology has fostered our lives, Does our consumption pattern adversely impact our analytical and creative abilities? Are we addicted? Gadget addiction is a sense of urge to use the smartphone or any other gadget when bored or idle, when used uncontrollably, which equates to addiction. It affects all age groups and people of all races. It is measured in terms of screen time. The effects of technology may depend on factors such as the type of technology being used and purpose during the course of the day. Children might use computers during class time, cell phones to keep in contact with friends and parents, a tablet to do schoolwork in the evening, and watch TV with their families to unwind. Digital technologies are electronic tools, systems, devices, and resources that generate, store, or process data. Well-known examples include social media, online games, multimedia, and mobile phones, which we are all familiar with. We basically use the gadgets for several reasons. Communication through video chatting and using social media, example are Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or passive consumption for recreation, like watching videos or shows, streaming movies, reading, and listening to music, or interactive consumption, playing games and browsing the internet, as well as content creation, making digital art or music. I found this model while reading, and this is how they explain the addiction using the Near-Eels hook model. It explains the 4 stages we run through as we use the platform. The 4 stages includes trigger, where boredom acts as the internal trigger and external modifications are added to this. The action is opening the app or page in the browser, which in turn results in a wide variety of rewards, which are in the form of likes, emotions, photos, comments, news, or gossip, which then can cause high release of dopamine in the body. Then we invest more time and attention into interacting that platform, which keeps us coming back. So taken together, these elements are what have caused so many of us to spiral into addiction. The frequent cycles such as these cause the brain's receptors to become more insensitive to dopamine, causing the body to experience less pleasure than before for the same natural reward. The use of technology has been associated in the literature with changes that are both transient and long-term effects. The brain is a complex entity whose development is shaped not only by genetics but also by the environment. During the first 3 years of life, a child's brain may create over 1 million new connections per second. This is essential for development of various functions such as your hearing, language, and cognition. And these create the foundation for higher order functions, especially those formed in adolescence, as many neural networks for decision making mature during this time. Sensitive periods in early childhood and adolescence, when critical brain development and reorganization occurs, can be strongly influenced by experience and environmental factors that can impact future functioning. Developing brains are susceptible to brain plasticity or experience-dependent change. Our brain is plastic, which suggests that it is more open to learning, susceptible to changes in response to our experiences, or shaped by other factors, and especially prominent in the earlier years, which is a time of high plasticity. The brain changes its functional and structural connectivity with usage, in other words, due to learning habits and experience. Studies have shown that intensive usage can stimulate the growth of new synaptic connections, or what we call USIT, while at the same time eliminating neuronal synaptic connections that are used less often or lose it. This is what we call use it or not use it principle. The pruning occurs to remove excess connections in order to make a more refined and efficient adult brain. Improvement of functions such as attention and cognitive flexibility in adolescents is likely the result of pruning in the frontal and parietal. Both nature and nurture play a role in the development of children and adolescents' brain and cognitive skills. Genetic factors also play a major role in changing of brain structures during childhood and adolescence. Optimal development requires a stimulating environment, adequate nutrition, and social interaction with attentive caregivers. Emerging data suggests that constant technology use impacts brain function and behavior in both positive and negative ways. They found out that reduced attention, may result to symptoms linked to ADHD. Multiple studies have shown this link, but the reason for the link is uncertain. But it might be attributed to repetitive attentional shifts and multitasking, which can impair executive function. Second is the impaired emotional and social intelligence. Spending extensive periods of time with digital media, it translates to spending less time communicating face-to-face. Third is technology addiction, wherein there is an excessive and pathological use of internet and shares the features similar to substance use disorders or pathological gambling. Social media use is linked to social isolation, and this is associated with lack of social connections and quality relationship with others, resulting to poor health outcomes and increased mortality. In the very young children, increased screen time and less reading time has been associated with poorer language development and executive functioning, particularly in younger children. Sleep is known that the wavelength of the light exposure from the media affects the circadian rhythm that governs sleep. As the brain isn't fully developed yet until young adulthood, children's media use can have a big impact on how their brains process information. TV watching of educational programming is more of the high-quality programming wherein the child-tailored educational content are included and offered by Sesame Workshop and Public Broadcasting Service. Choosing PBS content has been found to be protective of poor executive function outcomes observed in children who start consuming media in early infancy. As this was translated into apps and game formats such as Your Martha Speaks, Big Bird's Words, Cookie Monster's Challenge app, educational benefits have been shown in preschooler. These programs have found a positive impact in vocabulary, literacy, cognitive, social behavior, and academic knowledge. Some research suggests that educational TV viewing is associated with greater school readiness and increased academic performance that is traceable in high school. It can also promote literacy, math, problem solving, science skills, and pro-social behaviors in preschoolers. More research suggests superior language development, increase in language use and vocabulary development, higher numerical math abilities versus non-numerical segments. The author suggests that watching high-quality content is associated with academic skills and predictive of future academic performance, whereas watching television during infancy may be detrimental to play and language development. On co-viewing, or this is when parents watch video material with infants, infants may pay more attention and potentially increase their ability to learn from video content, but unclear as to the extent of the cognitive outcomes. Daily TV watching, reading, and physical activity, when done with caregiver, is associated with higher linguistic and/or cognitive development than in children who engage in these activities only once or twice. Simply engaging in behaviors with a caregiver may be beneficial for the child development. Children whose parents are able to spend more time both curating and mentoring their experiences with screen time may have more benefits than those in families with fewer financial resources, with parents who are less able to be involved in daily activities. The first years of life need to be focused on human interactions that encourage speaking, interacting socially, and playing with loving caregivers to develop thinking, problem solving, and other executive skills. Children less than 2 years old are usually child directed. It has minimal educational benefits of media and has difficulty learning from two-dimensional video representation. There are no direct observational studies on the developmental time course of interactive media use or comprehension during early childhood. They noted that there is disrupt sustained toy play and there is a reduce the quality and quantity of parent-child interactions or paternal language or parental language. Infants may show higher activation in sensory motor regions of the brain when actions are witnessed live versus when they are televised. And during co-viewing of infant-directed program, parents speak less to their infants, but they tend to use richer vocabularies both during and immediately after viewing. For children less than 2 years old, the impact of digital use on cognition depends on the amount of the exposure, the program content, and the social context of viewing. Substantial comprehension of child-directed TV program, comprehension of a more complex TV programming continues to increase up to 12 years old. They learn less from video than from equivalent real-life presentations. By preschoolers who are between 2 to 5 years old, they can already comprehend and learn, and the outcomes may be positive and negative. Educational TV has been shown to have a positive impact on cognitive development. The American Academy of Pediatrics released some guidelines in 2020 and stated that younger than 8 months old, no screen time. By 18 to 24 months, minimal screening time with parent participation. By 2 to 5 years old, 1 hour per day of high-quality programs. And 6 years and older, there were no specific limit as long as it doesn't interfere with sleep, physical activity, and other healthy habits. Beyond preschoolers or more than 6 years old, the children consume entertainment programming directed at adult audiences. There is minimal research on overall effect on language and cognition, and the violent content can influence antisocial and aggressive behaviors. They may also have decrease in empathy with lower levels of prosocial behaviors. Gains in academically relevant content and cognitive skills are noted. There is also influence of TV on the executive functioning, which is still unresolved. Although some experimental studies may show that short-term increase in cognitive skills specific to the game played, like your attention, your visual processing skills, your spatial representation skills, executive function, and visual spatial working memory. Social media limit or studies on these are still limited in children and adolescents. But they found that the higher level of activation of the regions of the brain that are associated with social memories and cognition and imitation. Social media use, especially at night, results to poor sleep quality. And adolescents tends to be attuned to the opinion of their peers, and the simple act of peers liking a photo within the social media portfolio can already be a quantifiable social endorsement. However, as screen time increases, social skills deteriorate. This results in decreased ability to initiate conversation and make eye contact appropriately, may result to inaccurate reading of the nonverbal social cues and behaviors, can also decrease in identifying emotional reactions in others, and lack of respond to others with empathy and compassion. Children with social skills deficit are more likely to be socially anxious and are at greater risk of developing behavioral and emotional disorders. The risk in the use of the digital media are as follows. So infants less than 2 years old may have negative associations with language development and executive functions. They may have displaced valuable cognitive activities, become poorer emerging literacy skills, lower attention span, increases the risk and lack of privacy, the risk of depression, failing grades, and poorer outcomes in adolescents may result into physical, behavioral, attentional, and psychological issues. Exposure to violent video games, aggression, and decreased empathy with lower levels of prosocial behaviors, and there's also the risk of bullying. The Canadian Pediatric Society had a position statement in 2019 and stated that for school-age children 5 to 12 years of age, online programs that are age-appropriate, co-viewed with family, and watched with purpose and limits can be still immersive, informative, and formative screen experiences. It can still improve academic performance, enrich knowledge and literacy skills. It can also help develop positive relationship with teachers and peers. Recreational screen time, meaning less than 1 hour per day, has been associated with lower depression risk compared with no screen time. And digital technology can help make and maintain friendships, and relationships may be more diverse and gender inclusive than those offline. In addition, the negative effect on development and behavior are based on the exposure to age-inappropriate or violent content. And the increase in conduct problems by age 7 is referring to watching TV of more than 3 hours per day. They may also have higher depressive symptoms and lower levels of physical activity, which is equated to higher rates of recreational screen use. Less access to quality internet-based learning resources can also be a potential risk in school-age children. Limited resources to curate, and of course, limited screen use. It can also disrupt reading efficiency, impair problem solving, and may undermine the child's confidence. What about the potential benefits in adolescents? It states that it can improve self-concept by enhancing perceived friendship quality, fulfill the need to belong, staying constantly in touch, and validating their thoughts and experiences when shared with peers or affirmation. When teens get to bounce back from social rejection or isolation. Potential benefits include positive effects of well-being with moderate screen use of 2 to 4 hours per day in adolescents. It can also enhance feelings of being socially connected and reducing depressive symptoms. The short-term, game-specific increase in some cognitive skills such as your attention, visual, and representational processing, executive functioning, and spatial working memory. What about the risk in adolescents? They mentioned that the risk could include significant association between excessive screen time of more than 6 hours per day and depression. They may have lower English and math scores, weaker working memory, lower sustained attention, and greater impulsivity in frequent medial multitasking. Some negative effects on overall well-being, conduct problems, hyperactivity, peer and emotional problems. There could also be more self-disclosure and communicating with strangers for socially anxious or depressed teens. But how much screen time is okay? So here is a table that shows the different screen time recommendations in different countries. So this is divided into infants, early childhood, school age, and adolescents. The American Academy of Pediatrics in 2020 released these new recommendations for kids from 18 months or younger, 18 months to 2 years, and 2 to 5 years, and 6 years or older. For 18 months or younger, they recommended no screen time, but they recommended also to interact more with babies, do video chat with family, grandparents, and avoid background TV. For 18 months to 2 years of age, there is limit to no screen time, but you can facilitate learning. You can choose high-quality programming, do more interactive, non-violent, and educational exposure. You can use the media together with the child and find other development promoting activities relevant to the age. For 2 to 5 years of age, it is recommended to use media up to 1 hour per day. Find other activities for the child. You can also co-view or co-play with the child and establish and follow a healthy technology routine, can educate self and monitor the media use. For older kids, 6 years and above, they are recommended to use it for 1 hour to 1.5 hours per day. Otherwise, they can also maintain an open dialogue, they educate self, monitor media use media mindfully, and practice media literacy. As for the recommendation for pediatricians like us, we work with families and schools to promote understanding of the benefits and risks of media. We can also promote adherence to guidelines for adequate physical activity. And we should also be aware of tools to screen for sexting, cyberbullying, problematic internet use, and internet gaming disorder. And lastly, we can also advocate for and promote information and training in media literacy. For the families, we can recommend that they develop, consistently follow, and routinely do what we call the Family Media Use Plan, as recommended by AAP. The families should also promote to get the recommended amount of daily physical activity of at least 1 hour and 8 to 12 hours of sleep. They need to ensure that children do not sleep with their devices in their bedroom, as this may affect their sleeping pattern. Discourage as well the entertainment media while doing homework, and engage in selecting and co-viewing media have an ongoing communication with and safety of its use, and actively develop a network of trusted adults. So, in creating a family media plan, it should be consistent in its rules and restrictions. There's teaching of the media literacy and self-regulation, introducing new shows and apps for monitoring the use, and scheduling a family movie night. So we can also counsel the parent on the use of the media because parents themselves sometimes tend to use the media for a longer time. We encourage parents to provide media diet that is rich in educational content while discouraging heavy screen media use. We can also encourage to use or create digital free zone and practice internet hygiene techniques such as reducing online multitasking, avoid evening online activity, and minimize or eliminate habitual checking of the gadget. So for the Canadian Pediatric Society, they have their own screen time guidelines, and screen time is not recommended for less than 2 years, only 1 hour per day for 2 to 4 years old, and no more than 2 hours per day for 5 years to 17 years of age. We can make healthy digital use by making screen time more positive. This would mean we can spend time chatting with grandparents every night. We can keep connected with friends. We can use the media together, keep devices away from the bedroom and dining area, and engage more in conversation like asking questions to stretch their imagination and provide opportunities and learn about the child's interest. We can also focus on the aspects of child well-being, as recommended by the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health. Focus on aspects of well-child being will include online safety, bullying, exploitation, access to inappropriate content. Families negotiate screen time based on the needs of the child, how they may or may not displace health-related behaviors or social activities, and parental media use. Our digital well-being are preventive measures that are aimed at regulating and improving the healthy use of technology. So here are 3 columns that show how we can promote digital well-being at 3 to 7 years old, 7 to 11, and 11 to 14. Furthermore, we can manage the screen time by balancing the use of the technology and interacting with each other. We need to continue to promote physical activity and be active, monitor mental wellness. Parents should be well informed of the possible risk, practice stress reduction and relaxation. We foster peer friendship through social interaction, face-to-face or in real time, and we can use online health resources. Exploring wellness apps can also be beneficial while setting rules for bedtime. This is what you call digital free zone during that time, talking about distraction and safety use, and talking to kids about digital health, ethics, and citizenship, meaning keeping private information. Try doing single task, instead of multitasking. Block out distracting apps when using the computer. You can take off your phone out of sight and simplify your home screen. As you can also set time limits for apps and sites and establish digital ground rules for children. We can also establish a dedicated workspace, set an auto reply, so especially if you're not in work, you can turn off your work profile and create devices free zones and free times. Creating regular bedtime routine and reducing the blue light exposure by trying not to sleep with your gadget. Lastly, we have to be more deliberate, thoughtful, and vigilant because balancing the benefits and risks ensure the tools that will enhance and enrich. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to our two excellent speakers. I am, again, Dr. Eufrosina Marina Angeles Melendres, a hematologist, and I will moderate this coming question and answer portion. So for the first question for Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Ana Cristina Tuason, the question is, do you have any advice on how to regulate tantrums, especially in public places? Anna.
Okay, thank you for that question. So as I said about tantrums before, parang what exactly do we mean by tantrums? Is it shouting? Is it crying? Is it refusing to leave the toy store, for example? So it depends on that. And again, this is like, as I said, is what is the function of that? Is it that they want to get something or they want to avoid or escape something, but they don't want to go home? Diba? A lot of times they don't want to go home. So at based on that, like especially if this is not the first time, I think, diba? Parang, diba, with experience comes wisdom. So if we know this is something that has happened before, prior to going to the mall, let's say the mall, let's just have a specific scenario. Prior to going to the mall, you need to orient your child, diba? Para, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is the floor. I know in that mall, there is that toy store that you like. Here is our plan, diba? We're going to eat first before we go to the toy store, okay? If you don't, if you don't insist on going, diba? If we can have a nice, pleasant meal before going to the toy store. If they're young enough, you can give them an appropriate little reward, to say, if you don't do that, you can browse and look at a toy, or you can set your budget. In other words, preventive strategy tayo, no? If you have that foresight of knowing that that might happen and that has happened before. It doesn't always have to be a tangible reward, by the way. We don't always have to buy something for our kids. Now, sometimes it's like, okay, this is not the day we're going to buy anything. No, this is not the day to buy a toy. We buy a toy on your birthday. So tell them when, when you're going to have like a toy purchase. But if you're good, we can browse and you can make a list. Guess what? You can write down the things that you want. And then on the appropriate time, like birthdays, Christmas, diba? Or when a reward is due. So parang there's still something. So you don't always have to spend money or give them a physical reward. If it's already happening in the moment, let's say this is the very first time and they're kicking and screaming, let's say, that's the nightmare of parents, diba? Everyone's looking, everyone's kind of raising their eyebrows at you. And here's the thing, tendency ng parents, because nahihiya sila, napapahiya sila, right? They feel so embarrassed that they will be, it's going to be an emotion-based decision. Sige na, tumigil ka na, tumahimik ka na. Either you give in and give the toy that they want or the candy that they want, or worse, you scream back, you shout back, or you physically drag your kid out, which is, again, that's not gonna really help the situation. So one is, okay, take a step. You can afford a few seconds. But the higher your tolerance for embarrassment as a parent, the better parent you're going to be. Diba? So take a few seconds, breathe, regulate yourself, make sure you're calm, and think about, okay, how do I deal with this kid? What do I need to do? So you talk to the kid calmly. That's part of co-regulation. If you talk in a calm, slow voice, the tendency is for them to match your volume and your emotions. If you scream back or you raise your voice, that just gives them more, diba? More, that tells them, okay, I need to raise my voice even more. No? Eventually, mahihiya sila kasi sila lang yung maingay. So as much as possible, you keep calm, you keep a gentle voice as much as possible. If you can say, let's move to the side, let's move to the corner. Kung hindi talaga, there are some very sticky, stubborn, diba? Kids, you explain to the people around you, you explain to the staff, I am trying, I'm trying to calm my kid down. Rushing it wouldn't help. It will cause a worse scene. So you can orient the audience if you have an audience already. If they have neurological conditions like autism, just tell them, this is what we're doing. This is what works for my kid. If I rush it, if I shout back, if I drag them, it makes it worse. Please give us time. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Things like that. If you can get them to slowly inch toward, a more quiet place. So again, your sense of embarrassment doesn't overcome your parental decision making. That's the best way. Find soothers that are not disruptive if you can. If they already have, because some of my clients, again, if they have that history, they have texture books, they have their little doll that they have, or cushion that they have, a little pillow that they have. Sometimes it's just drawing it out. Worst case, talagang if all else fails, because it's not a guarantee, right? You just have to really draw it out. And most of the time, you can sort of inch them further and further to a more private space. Now, so just be patient. Kasi guess what? If you give in, let's say it's a 30-minute tantrum, and then you say, fine, get your toy, just shut up, just do it. Guess what? Sabi niya, see, 30-minute tantrums work. So you just made the tantrums worse in the long run. So I know the sense of hiya, the sense of embarrassment, the sense of shame. There is no shame in doing what you need to do to regulate your child, right? Who cares what other people think, what they're saying? It's not always gonna work out in your favors. Maybe you need to make amends to the store later on, and then later you can do a preventive strategy and say, hey, do you remember what you did last time? That cannot happen again. We need the plan, no? So hopefully that really horrible nightmare scenario will only happen once or twice, and then after that we should have the foresight not to have a plan. Because in other words, you don't even pass through the toy store if your kid cannot regulate in the toy store. Diba? Para, okay, we can pass through, we can look outside the window. If you can do that, we can go inside. We can do one aisle. Diba? But you can win them back in to the toy store. Anyway, I know that's a lot of specific suggestions based on that question. So I think that's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Now for Dr. Christine Leonor Conducto, first question, what can you advise parents on how they can help their children avoid or reduce gadget addiction? Any specific routine? So we are now on regarding gadget addiction.
Yes. So good afternoon ko. For reducing the gadget addiction, first we need to establish some routines or rules in the use of the gadget. No? So as I mentioned in the lecture, it's best to have a plan, okay, on how to use it, when to use it. So specifically, you can inform the kid, on some rules of when to use it, how to use it, and of course, the schedule will be included in that. So there should be a specific rules and schedule for this, and it has to be explained to the child the reason why it should be done that way.
Okay, thank you. Our next question for Anna. How do we teach children to self-soothe? Teaching children to self-soothe.
Okay, that's probably a 3-hour answer.
3 hours.
So one is so always, so let's not have perfectionistic expectations of ourselves as parents and of our children as well, no? So there's no such thing as they came out of the womb with the capacity to self-soothe. So that's not something that any young children can do on their own. So the first to self-soothe, you need to teach them, diba? Parang so, kasi when we say self-soothe, they can soothe themselves na. So first, before they can soothe themselves, you as the parent have to soothe them. So it can start with tactile, sensory soothing, diba? That's why hugs, diba? You don't have to go so technical, diba? This is something we all do. This is parang instinct na natin, diba? As parents, diba? We hug them, we hold their hand, diba? We rub their shoulder when they're not. So you can use sensory tactile soothing. Then you can use play. I really like the best method to teach children is through play, not sermons, not lectures. And maybe, I don't know, maybe for adults now, we need to think about less lectures, more play, more play-based trainings. No? But you can teach them through play so that you can understand what helps soothe your child. Parang experiment. So be scientists with your children. Diba? Parang figure out, does this kind of touch help them calm down? Use the 5 senses, play with that, assess yourself as parents. You don't need to be a doctor. You can be, as pediatricians, you can do that as well. Diba? Parang visual, may visual soothers ba? May auditory soothers. Are there certain sounds, music, things? You'd be surprised. It's not always songs or something like that, diba? It can be like, tapping, diba? Parang sort of tapping sounds, etc. Or water sounds. Ano pa? Taste, of course, right? Taste, smell, and of course tactile. So you can play with the 5 senses. You can explore with your child. If your child's in a verbal stage, you have to say, I like that, rate, diba? Rank the activities you like best from top to bottom, diba? Ano yung pinaka-masarap, pinaka-relaxing sa'yo. Then because each child is very different. So once you know and you have your top 3, top 5, so some soothers are appropriate in the privacy of their home kasi marami, all the toys are here, all the blankets, all the pillows are there. If it's in public, like school or malls where they're going on a trip in a car, so you might have a different list of soothers for that, right? So that I think using objects as soothers is the next. The first is the direct soothing from the parent, then transition to objects, and then later on, when they're a lot older, they can internalize the soothing and use cognitive, diba? Parang thoughts, diba? Parang think about Peter Pan, right? Think happy thoughts, diba? So that you can fly. Then they can think about happy thoughts, happy memories. I like to suggest to my clients that parang bank, diba? Have like a happy memory bank. When you have a happy memory, something you like to remember, put it, write it, have your little jar, and then later on it can be a mental bank, right? They can sort of, these are the memories I like to remember when I'm scared or things like that. But again, the younger they are, the more concrete, right? The more external, and then the more concrete the soothing. And eventually, later on, it can be more internal, so they might not need concrete objects anymore. So I hope I was able to kind of give you a sense of how to develop self-soothing with children.
Thank you, Anna. Now for Dr. Conducto, do you recommend specific shows or videos on YouTube that would have a positive effect on children's cognitive development? So in other words, what shows on YouTube would you recommend?
Doctora, based on the researches or readings that I have encountered, which I mentioned also in the lecture, the PBS broadcasting has been recommended. So this includes specific programs like Martha, like Sesame Street, and Clifford, no? So these are some of the recommended movies or videos, no? As long as it's PBS, it's something that they have already looked into and have seen some positive effects for the babies. And of course, as mentioned, co-viewing, regardless of who the caregiver is, as long as the child is with someone else, that would also help a lot in terms of, interacting with the child, processing the information that they have been exposed to. So co-viewing is very important.
Okay. How about Doctora Conducto? How about teacher ratio? Are you aware of that program? It's very popular among young children. It's very educational. So we allow the child to watch. Well, anyway, and then another last question still for you, Dr. Conducto. Do you
Okay.
recommend any educational toys or games?
Oh,
Any
for
educational toys?
any educational games or toys will depend on the age of the child, no? So different ages will have different set of toys that are applicable to them. Like for infants, it's really more of sensory motor play. So anything that are like, for example, toys with textures, soft, rough, and sounds that produces sounds for infants. And for the toddlers are more of the manipulative, so they can actually be exposed to toys like stocking rings, nesting rings, or stocking cups, and something like mga puzzles that are very manipulative. So it's more on um, play, but more on touch, no? Okay, and then of course reading books. It can be integrated in the educational toys that they can be exposed to, and a lot of things like for fine motor development, you can also introduce like nuts and bolts, threading beads, cutting, folding. So some are very simple toys that can be only improvised at home. They don't necessarily need to buy it. They just have to be creative, like in terms of, you know, getting these materials for them to play with. And of course, Doctora, the interaction, no? So socially, when you try to sing with the child, either nursery rhymes or their favorite song, the mere exchange of singing, the interaction, the emotions are already very helpful and could be part of the play together with a child or infant and the caregiver.
So that is all the time we have actually for the Q&A. And I would like to say again, thank you so much to our two very good speakers, Ana Cristina Tuason and Dr. Conducto. So in behalf of Manila Doctors Hospital and the Department of Pediatrics, may I present your certificates of appreciation, in particular to Dr. Ana Tuason and Dr. Christine Conducto, for imparting their valuable time and effort to participate as speakers during the 11th Scientific Forum of the Manila Doctors Hospital entitled PrEP, which means Partnership, Resources, Environment, Parenting for Children, held on the 12th to 14th day of July 2023. Given this 14th day of July 2023, signed by Dr. Regina Capulong, Chair of the Scientific Program Committee, Dr. Luchi Morales, Overall Chair of the MDH Pediatrics 11th Scientific Forum, and Dr. Jocelyn Yambao Franco, Chair of the Department of Pediatrics of MDH, and Dr. Eugene Reyes, our very new Medical Director of Manila Doctors Hospital. Thank you very much, everyone.
Please don't forget to visit our virtual booth via our Docquity page to learn more about our partners. For this session, our lecture is brought to you by MSD Philippines.
Good day, everyone. For this session, our topic will be on new science, the 3 things you need to know about the new PCV. I'm Dr. Jean Reyes Pagkatipunan, Pediatric Infectious Disease Specialist, Medical Specialist from Philippine General Hospital, and a Clinical Associate Professor of UP College of Medicine. As my disclaimer, all the content of the slides are from the sponsor. I will be discussing the scientific evidences presented by the company, so there's no conflict of interest to declare. The global burden of pneumococcal disease in children is still very significant. The WHO estimates that strep pneumoniae is still responsible for more than 300,000 deaths annually in children aged less than 5 years. In 2015, there were about 3.7 million cases of severe pneumococcal pneumonia in children less than 5 years of age worldwide. Approximately 1/3 of these children who develop pneumococcal meningitis will die of the disease. And strep pneumoniae is still a leading cause of bacterial otitis media, which, although it's not the invasive type or a localized infection, it affects 80% of children who will develop it in their lifetime. Although otitis media is the most prevalent manifestation of pneumococcal disease in children, it can also cause non-bacteremic pneumonia, but also the invasive pneumococcal disease in the form of bacteremia or lower lung pneumonia and meningitis. This slide shows us that it starts with colonization and then progression of your pneumococcal disease by involving other sites of infection. For example, after colonization, it can be pathogenic and go into the middle ear, causing the otitis media. It can also cause sinusitis, and then becoming more invasive to your lungs. So it's causing non-bacteremic pneumonia, but it can now also be invasive, causing bacteremia and pneumonia, and so it can also cause other infection in a secondary infection in the meninges, causing meningitis. In children 0 to 59 months or up to 5 years of age, half of these IPD cases and approximately 2/3 of these pneumococcal meningitis cases occur in the first year of life. So almost half of the cases of pneumococcal meningitis happens in the less than 6 months of age, and then by the age of more than 36 months, there's about 90% of these children having IPD or pneumococcal meningitis. So there are certain risk factors that increase the risk for an invasive pneumococcal disease in infants and children. So children under the age of 2 are particularly vulnerable to your IPD, as are children with certain medical conditions. And they have found out the following are the risks for invasive pneumococcal disease. Those infants with history of premature birth, about 5 times the risk. But those children with asplenia or a sickle cell disease and HIV infection are approximately 50 times at risk of having an invasive pneumococcal disease. So pneumococcal capsules are highly variable. So there are several serotypes of your strep pneumococci, and these are grouped into based on their chemically and serologically distinct capsular polysaccharides. So in this picture, you can see the difference between serotype 3 and serotype 19F. Looking at the capsule of the different serotypes, showing that serotype 3 has a very thick capsule compared to your serotype 19. And this also shows that it may have different response to your antibiotics, or even to the response being used for a vaccine. And so the propensity for causing invasive disease and antibiotic resistance varies by serotype. This table shows us above the graph are the serotypes, the number of serotypes that are included in the vaccine. And looking at their causing increased disease severity, for example, with majority of the serotypes in the vaccine are actually considered to be included because of the disease severity that they would cause. Next would be the increased rate of meningitis or bacteremia caused by these serotypes. So it's serotype 3, 6, 18, and the new added serotypes 22F and 33F. There's also high or increasing prevalence among adults among serotypes 3, 6, 19, and the 22F and the 33F. Antibiotic resistance are caused by the different serotypes that are included in the vaccine are also your 3, 6, 9, 18, and the 22F and the 33F. There's a study that was done by Dr. Akapeding and others, which shows that there's a review pre-introduction of the vaccine or the PCVs from 2012 to 2014, looking at 46 serotypes that are identified that have caused persistent, and also those who are not included or non-vaccine serotypes. And then the green bar shows us that the post-introduction of your PCV vaccines from 2015 to 2019. This graph shows us that it's understandable that pre-introduction of your vaccines, there are the invasive serotypes that are present or circulating in the Philippines. But after the introduction of your PCVs, where the PCV15 is not yet in the market, it has shown us that there are serotypes have decreased, but there are also certain serotypes like serotype 3 and 18 which remain to be high, although they are in the already in the PCVs. And also look into this last graph showing us that there are more IPDs identified that are not in the vaccine yet. So, what are the 3 things you need to know about the new PCV15? One is that it has robust clinical data. 2, it has added broader coverage. And 3, there's a superior immunogenicity against the serotype 3. So for any new vaccine that has to be marketed, it has to have a non-inferiority clinical trial against a vaccine that is already in the market. So these following studies are done in comparison with your PCV13. So their pivotal study is for those children receiving a 4-dose series, meaning these are healthy infants and children who are given at 2, 4, and 6 months as their primary series, and 12 to 15 months of age as the booster. So this is a 3+1 schedule. So they have both the PCV13 and then compared to your PCV15. They also have interchangeability study. Children receiving PCV15 to complete a 4-dose series initiated with the PCV13, and also the last group showing PCV15 completed the 4-dose series or the 3+1 schedule. And then the last study is on catch-up, or another study is on catch-up for those children and adolescents being received beyond the 7 months of age through 17 years of age. Sub-analysis for this studies also done, it demonstrated in different populations, like your infants born prematurely, those children with sickle cell disease or asplenia, and those children with HIV infection. So the results of the non-inferiority trial to PCV13, it shows that the PCV15 is non-inferior to your PCV13 for all shared serotypes. In this graph, it shows us the non-inferiority margin at more than 0.5. This particular vaccines or PCVs don't have yet the correlative protection levels. So what they do is use a non-inferiority margin. And in the study, it should show that your PCV15 compared to your PCV13 should have non-inferior response compared to your PCV13. And at 30 days post-dose 4, specific serotype IgG GMCs for the 15 serotypes contained in PCV15 were found to be non-inferior to your PCV13 for all the shared serotypes. Added two important serotypes were your 22F and the 33F, because in 2018 to 2019, serotype 3 was the #1 cause of IPD in children under 5 years in the US, even though they have already your PCV13 as part of their immunization program. And following serotype 3, you have 22F and 33F. Okay, these three serotypes are the top 5 serotypes that causes childhood IPD, and so it was deemed to be added in the new vaccine. So, looking into the non-inferiority data of the added 2 important emerging pneumococcal serotypes, your 22F and your 33F. So the green bar shows us that these are the response for your PCV15 compared to your PCV13, which doesn't have the serotype 22F and 33F. Immunogenicity against your serotype 3 is still very important because it's still the leading pneumococcal serotype in many countries. So in this map, you can see that it's not only the number 1 serotype in the US, but also in Canada and in Japan and in the other countries around the world. So it may change, but the differences of the serotype distribution may be due to the transmission dynamics or the population risk factors and the vaccine used in their childhood vaccination programs. So immunogenicity against serotype 3 is really challenging because it is linked to higher mortality and increased antimicrobial resistance, because it's the one that really causes invasive potential that is causing the complicated pneumonia, and thus there's increased risk for mortality if you are affected by serotype 3. So other data shows that PCV15 induces the robust IgG response against your serotype 3 in all the pediatric studies that was done by the PCV15 or MSD, comparing it to your PCV13. So the study on primary infant series, the study on post-toddler dose, or those children 2 to 17 years, those with sickle cell disease or HIV, all throughout all these studies, it shows that the PCV15 has higher response to your serotype 3. And a greater proportion of your PCV15 recipients responded at various IgG threshold values. So the one that was earlier shown was for more than 0.5, for the serotype 3, but if you increase the cutoff or the threshold values, it still shows that PCV15 has higher response to your serotype 3. And what is the importance of this is the possibility that it may help in the coverage for your serotype 3. Next is the interchangeability study or mixed dosing following the 3+1 dosing regimen. So the study design was being given the PCV15 or PCV13 at the different time points. So the study design is that they are grouped into 5 groups. So the group 1 was given PCV13 to complete all 4 doses, while the group 2 has 3 primary PCV13 doses followed by PCV15. Group 3 has 2 equal doses of your PCV13 and PCV15. Group 4, 1 dose, initial dose of PCV13, and then followed by PCV15 by the 2nd, 3rd, and the 4th dose. And the group 5 are those who were given PCV15 all throughout. The study objectives look into the safety and immunogenicity on all the serotypes that are in the vaccines. Okay. So, shows that post-dose 4, the IgG GMCs for mixed dosing regimens with both your PCV15 and PCV13 for all the shared serotypes show that it is comparable and non-inferior. But for those groups who were given the PCV15, so that is from group 2 to group 5, they have very good response to your serotype 22F and the 33F, which was the serotypes added in the PCV15. So this slide also shows us that from group 2 to group 5, the response to your 22F and your 33F serotype are actually very good for those who were given the PCV15. So the interchangeability data shows that pediatric patients who were started on PCV13 can be switched to PCV15 at any point in the series. Catch-up vaccination study in children and adolescents were designed for those who were in the clinics at 7 months through 17 years of age. So it would depend on the number of doses that are required. For example, for those 7 months through 11 months that were not yet given any dose of your PCV, so they would require 3 doses. So in the study, for the non-inferiority, both arms will have either the PCV15 or the PCV13. And then another group for 12 months through 23 months, they are given 2 doses. And for those 2 years old up to 17 years of age, those who are PCV naive or not fully vaccinated or completed dosing with your lower valent PCVs, they were given 1 dose, either PCV15 or 13. And it has shown that PCV15 is non-inferior to your PCV13. Other populations, specifically those infants born prematurely, they were given the 3+1 schedule of either the PCV15 or 13, and the immune responses in this preterm infants receiving a 4-dose series of your PCV15 were actually similar to those observed in term infants in these studies. Those children with sickle cell disease, the participants were 5 through 7 years of age with sickle cell disease, and they were given 1 dose of your PCV. And 30 days post-vaccination, the IgG GMCs or GMTs were numerically similar between the 2 vaccination groups. And also, it has shown that it has higher IgGs or GMCs for the 22F and the 33F. Also, those for children with HIV infection, they were given PCVs 1 dose, and 2 months later were given the polysaccharide 23 vaccine, and it has shown to be non-inferior to your PCV 13. Concomitant vaccination, which means the PCVs being given with the other vaccines that are due for an infant or a child on the same day. So for example, those given with 5-in-1 vaccines or hepatitis A, MMR, HIV vaccines, okay, and also hepatitis B vaccines, and for those with on catch-up, they were also given the HPV vaccines. So, in concomitant vaccination, you have to prove that you are you don't have interference to the other antigens in the other vaccines. And it has shown that even for your hepatitis B and even rotavirus, it shows that you can give PCV15 together or at the same time with your hepatitis B or rotavirus vaccines and the other vaccines being given during infancy. So, the key points here shows that in the pivotal study, which shows the non-inferiority of your PCV15 to PCV13, there's also the superior immune response for your shared serotype 3 and unique response or unique serotypes 22F and 33F that were added in your PCV15. It shows that it has a very good immune response to your emerging serotypes 22F and 33F. It can also be seamlessly switch from 13 to 15 at any point in the vaccination series. PCV15 can also be administered as part of your catch-up vaccination in children. And lastly, it can be given simultaneously with other routinely administered vaccines. It has already been used in other countries like the US, Canada, European countries, and for Asia in Hong Kong. And it is included in the ACIP recommendations that your 15-valent pneumococcal conjugate vaccine can be used interchangeably or are recommended for all children aged 2 to 59 months and can be administered at the same time with other routine vaccines. Okay. In the United States, they have included COVID-19. But you have to use different syringe and vaccine sites. And PCV15 can be used according to currently recommended PCV13 dosing and schedules. And this is the ACIP recommendation for your PCVs, okay, either your as a primary series or a booster dose. And PCV15 has been approved for use in both pediatric and adult populations in the Philippines. And so, it was included in the childhood immunization schedule for 2023, specifically on the annotations that it can be given as 3+1 dosing with a booster administered at approximately 11 through 15 months of age and at least 2 months after the third dose. And also for preterm infants, and as catch-up for those unvaccinated children 12 months to 5 years, PCV15 can be given accordingly based on the age of the child. For high-risk groups or special groups, like those with chronic diseases like your chronic heart disease, lung disease, or those with HIVs, sickle cell disease, and other congenital or acquired asplenia, there are indications for your pneumococcal vaccines. And so you can now start or switch to PCV15 at any dose in the 3+1 series at 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, and 12 to 15 months of age. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
For this session, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Maria Ana Ulabi.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Maria Ana Ulabi. This task of introducing our next speaker is a great honor and privilege. She is a graduate of Doctor of Medicine at the University of the Philippines. She had completed her residency training program in pediatrics and fellowship training in adolescent medicine at the same institution. She is currently an associate professor at the College of Medicine, UP College of Medicine, and she also holds various positions, such as she is the training officer of the UP PGH Department of Pediatrics, and is also currently the secretary of the Philippine Society of Adolescent Medicine Specialists. So for this afternoon, to share her extensive knowledge on a very sensitive yet relevant topic on adolescent health, let's all welcome Dr. Vanessa Torres Dixon.
Good day, I am Dr. Van Torres Dixon, a general pediatrician and an adolescent medicine specialist. Thank you very much to the organizing committee for this gracious invitation to talk about sexting in the teens. Here are our learning objectives: to define sexting and the reasons for engaging in such, to explain the effects of sexting on adolescents, and to explain ways on how to prevent teens from being exploited online. This is going to be our outline. As I browsed through Google, I came upon this concrete example of a sex message that is more tempered compared to the others that I read, and so I decided to share this with you. The man said, "I've had a rough day." The woman replied, "Oh no, everything okay?" He said, "Yeah, I just can't wait to leave work. It's been a lot." Then she finally replied, "Well, I'm clean, shaven, and when you get home, you'll find me on the table. Your dinner is served." So what is sexting? Sexting or sex texting is the sending or getting sexually explicit or suggestive images, messages, or video on a smartphone, computer, tablet, or another device. It includes sending or receiving nude or nearly nude photos or selfies, videos that show nudity, sex acts or simulated sex, or text messages that propose sex or refer to sexual acts. The first published use of the term sexting was way back in 2005 in an article in the Australian Sunday Telegraph magazine. In August of 2012, the word sexting was listed for the first time in the Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary. Sexting has become more common with the advent of camera phones and the internet access that can be used to send explicit photos, videos, or messages. While sexting is done by people of all ages, most media coverage fixates on the negative aspects of adolescent use. In terms of social media applications, sexting has been promoted further by several direct messaging applications that are available in smartphones. The difference between these applications and traditional texting is that the content is transmitted over the internet, allowing anyone with internet access to participate. Snapchat appeals to adolescents because it allows users to send photos for a maximum of 10 seconds before they self-destruct. Those sending photos over Snapchat believe that they will disappear without consequences, so they feel more secure about sending them. There have been several cases where teens have sent photos over these applications expecting them to disappear or be seen only by the recipient, yet are saved and distributed, carrying social and legal implications. Even though users believe their photos on Snapchat, for example, will go away in seconds, it is easy to save them by taking simple screenshots. what is the prevalence of sexting among adolescents? Research warns that rates of sexting have been increasing dramatically among young people. Data shows that participating in this activity increases as kids age, with older teens most likely to engage in this behavior. A comprehensive review and meta-analysis done in 2018 of 39 studies and over 110,000 teens found that almost 15% had sent explicit texts, 27% had received such, and 12% forwarded a text without consent. Researchers point out that the true numbers of kids participating in sexting may be even higher. Let us now proceed to the prevalence of sexting in the Philippines. Among the youth 15 to 24 years old, as reported by the latest Young Adult Fertility and Sexuality Survey 5 published in 2022, 31% received photos or videos through the phone or internet. 9% sent sex photos or videos through the phone or the internet. 3% took photo of private body parts. 3% of the youth or their partner recorded the sexual intercourse, and 3% engaged in phone sex. There are 3 sexting practices. First is the exchange of images solely between the 2 romantic partners. Second are the exchanges between partners shared with others outside the relationship. And third are the exchanges between people who are not yet in a relationship, but where at least one person hopes to be. So what are the reasons for engaging in sexting? Why do our adolescents do such? Some take it as a joke, or others use it to get attention. Some are pressured by their friends to do so, or as part of their teenage sexual development as a way of flirting, gaining popularity, or seeming cooler. Some view it as a bonding way or to become more intimate with a sexual partner even when they are not physically together. Some engage in sexting in a form of experimenting to have new adventures or simply to have fun. What are the risks or effects of sexting? Well, to them, sexting might feel like an innocent activity. If it is done with mutual consent, teens should understand that problems can still happen. Messages, pictures, or videos sent via digital devices are never truly private nor anonymous. Even if the image, video, or text was only meant for one person, after it's sent or posted, it's out of your teen's control already. Lots of people might see it, and it could be impossible to erase from the internet, even if your teen thinks it's already gone. If a compromising image goes public or is sent to others, your teen could be at risk of humiliation, public ridicule, and victimization. Even worse, it could damage your teen's self-image, leading to depression and anxiety. There can be legal consequences also. Risky online behavior can affect our potential college applicants or job seekers even years later. Many colleges and employers check online profiles to see for signs of a candidate's maturity or bad judgment. It can also be a precursor of sexual behavior. Teens face the same risks as adults, but the problems it creates can be far worse. In some cases, a sexting media leak can lead to cyberbullying. This is when a peer uses the internet and technology to harass another adolescent. A cyberbully may use the leaked explicit media to bully the teen by impersonation, text message harassment, posting photos, videos, or personal information on social media, or signing the teen up for pornographic sites. Studies have found that females are more likely than males to feel pressured to send sexts. People who send and receive sexts are more likely to be sexually active. People who send and receive sexts are more likely to engage in sexual risk-taking behaviors such as unprotected sex with the use of alcohol and drugs. And people who had sent or received texts regarded sexting more positively than those who hadn't. Another research seemed to point toward the presence of mental health symptomatology, particularly depression and anxiety in the adolescent population when related to sexting behaviors. However, the age of the adolescent also seems to play a role. As adolescents get older, the mental health symptoms seem to be increasingly associated with aggravated sexting, but not when related to consensual sexting behaviors, whereby older teens have not been pressured. Therefore, it might be probable that the relationship between sexting and poor mental health, depression, and anxiety symptoms is mediated by coercion, victimization, and age. Let us now go through some laws regarding sexting. Online sexual exploitation of children, or OSEC, is a collective term for various offenses or acts of abuse or exploitation committed against children in the online environment. It includes, among others, live streaming, distribution, possession, transmission, pandering, and grooming offenses. The Philippines has 4 special laws in addition to those provided by the revised penal code that punish OSEC in its various forms. The first law is the Republic Act 9775, or the Anti-Child Pornography Act of 2009. It prohibits the production, offering, distribution, and possession of child pornography. Child pornography refers to any material that shows a child engaging in a real or simulated sexual activity. The second law is RA 9208, or the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2003, which punishes the act of recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, adoption, providing, offering, maintaining, or receipt of a child for the purpose of pornography. The third law is RA 10715, which is the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. It increases the penalties of offenses in the Anti-Child Pornography Act when they are committed through a computer system. The fourth is the RA 7610, popularly known as the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act, or also known as the Child Abuse Law. It provides special protection to children, which include not only those below 18 years old, but also individuals who are unable to protect themselves from harm due to a physical or mental disability or condition. The law punishes the sexual abuse of a child in various forms, such as child prostitution, child trafficking, other neglects of cruelty and abuse, obscene shows, and employment of children beyond safe parameters. During this pandemic, there has been a dramatic increase in the adolescents' online activities. It is important for parents to have an open communication with their children about content sharing and other similar topics. With both boys and girls engaging in sexting behaviors, parents need to have age-appropriate conversations with their children, beginning as soon as they have access to any technological device. Conversations with the youth should include these sentiments with a clear follow-up explanation as to why it is so important not to send, not to ask others to send, and not to share sexually explicit images, videos, or messages. Some conversation starters that parents or adults could use are as follows. What are the types of things that you and your friends share online? Have you ever been asked or pressured to send nude images? What would you do if asked? Have you heard of teens sharing nudes without consent? What do you think about that? Have you ever received nudes? What did you do with it? What do you think happens to kids if a nude is found on someone else's phone? Do you know of teens who have sent nudes? How do you feel about that? Now let's proceed to some tips to prevent sexting if you are the sender. Decide even before you are asked to send a nude. Always say no. Plan and practice your response to the requester. It would be good to have a form of words already. Remember that once shared, you no longer control the material. Support friends that don't ask, share, or forward images or videos. Show respect and avoid blaming or bullying. Report the incident to the authorities. If you are the requester, keep in mind that it is not and would never be okay to ask. It pressures the other person. It is an abuse of power. It can affect school or your career and other areas of your life, and it can create criminal or legal issues. Lastly, if you are the sharer, keep in mind that it is a violation of trust. It constitutes cyber abuse. It presents criminal and legal issues. It could affect your school or career and other areas in your life, not only now but also later on. Never give in to peer pressure, and that digital communication is not anonymous. Let's encourage our teens to always do the right thing. This includes immediately deleting any inappropriate photos or messages or videos, to report them to you or to another trusted adult. In summary, sexting is the sending or getting of sexually explicit or suggestive images, messages, or videos in a smartphone or other devices. Sending of a message or picture or video is not private and can become out of control. This can humiliate the teens, damage their self-esteem, lead to mental health concerns, and make them at risk of being abused. Parents need to have an open communication with their children about content sharing, respect, personal boundaries, responsibility, and resisting peer pressure. These are my references. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Let us welcome back on our virtual stage our moderators and speakers for the Q.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the live Q&A portion of the second to the last topic of our scientific forum. Hello, Dr. Van. I am Dr. Anna Yu Abe will be the moderator for tonight, for this
Good
session.
evening, Dr. Abe.
Right, yes. Would you like to greet our viewers, Dr. Van?
Yeah, magandang gabi po sa lahat po ng nakikinig at nagsusupport sa ating scientific forum tonight in Manila Doctors Hospital.
Yes, thank you for the profound lecture on sexting you've rendered to us earlier. So let's start now the Q&A. For the first question, Dr. Van, is sexting associated with a mental health concern like depression and anxiety?
Oh, thank you for your question po, ma'am. So actually, based on studies, sexting seems to point towards a mental health concern like depression or anxiety, but it hasn't been confirmed. So it depends on certain factors, like for example, the age. So if the adolescent is belongs to an older age group, like a late adolescent from 17 to 19 years old, it is more likely that they engage in sexting more than those who are in the younger age groups. And another important concern actually is if there is victimization or coercion. So if there is such, then it leads more to having depression, no? Pag na-force po sila ng other people to engage in sexting, then it's more likely that they will develop depression or symptoms of anxiety po.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Van. So for the next question, what is your experience in terms of sexting among your adolescent patients? What were the usual reasons for engaging in such? How were they resolved?
Oh, thank you for your question. So far, in my few years of practice of adolescent medicine, I had around 2 to 3 patients that I can recall who engaged in sexting po. The first one was an 18-year-old female whose partner coerced her to engage in sexting. And the partner was around 22 to 23 years old, so it was actually an abusive relationship. She engaged in sexting primarily because of pressure from the partner. So it wasn't a very pleasant experience, and she developed depression actually. The other one was a 15-year-old male who engaged in sexting primarily to flirt or to have seemingly intimate relation with a chatmate whom he doesn't know. So it's more of maybe peer pressure and the excitement or being adventurous with such an event. In the end, both were referred to the Child Protection Unit. The first one being the victim was referred to Women's Desk and was handled by a lawyer. And the other one was the 15-year-old was the one who was the perpetrator. He was also called by the Department of Social Welfare and Development because of that.
Okay, thank you for that sharing. Okay, there's a question here from Catherine Dimacali. Is the government doing anything else to proactively hunt these sex offenders even before the sexting is done? Because internet use has become a way of life for kids and teens nowadays. It's hard to keep track of what they search for 24/7.
Thank you. I haven't read of being proactively looking for perpetrators, but I just know that the DSWD would coordinate with other agencies to have a harmonized action towards such legal concerns for our adolescents and children. No? The others would be more of NGOs po, Dr. Abe, like the Child Protection Network, that is very much experienced in terms of handling and treating cases of child abuse, especially sexual abuse. I also know of the UNICEF, no, that would protect our teens and children, ensuring that they grow up in a safer community. And I encountered one, there's the Stairway Foundation. The Stairway Foundation is an NGO that's based in the Philippines that would provide e-learning courses on how to protect our adolescents and children regarding sexting and cyberbullying. But for the government being proactively looking for perpetrators, I haven't read such yet po. But I think the government should play a more active role because it is not an isolated case anymore. There are many cases of sexting and cyber crimes happening already among our children and adolescents.
Thank you for that, Dr. Van. So one more last question. What are the red flags that parents and teachers should observe to suspect that their teens are into sexting or are being exploited?
Yeah, so that's a very practical question po, no? So we should watch out for signs and symptoms of depression, like feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. They would feel less interested in usual activities that would make them happy. Some would have failing grades, no? Because of trouble concentrating on what they're studying. Usually po na-affect din yung sleep nila, like they have trouble initiating sleep or would be oversleeping or would have disturbed sleep. And also their appetite, either they are overeating or losing appetite and is tied up with an unusual weight loss or weight gain, no? The others would do what we call the non-suicidal self-injury, NSSI, or self-harm. So when we check our adolescent patients, we really have to check their abdomen, their anterior thigh, or their wrists also, because they would try to hide it. But usually if you ask them, they would say, if you notice that they are depressed or would do such, if you actually ask it, they would feel that my doctor is really interested in my welfare, no, and is not just doing the routine work. So those are the usual things. The others would engage in smoking, vaping, alcohol or drug use, which is not usually what they do, no. So those are just some of the signs and symptoms of sexting, that the red flags that our parents or teachers could watch out for po.
Thank you, Dr. Van. Unfortunately, due to lack of time, we need to end our session. I know you will agree with me. This has been a very enlightening session, and we learned a lot for this session. Thank you, Dr. Van. So with this, we would like to award virtually the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Vanessa Torres Dixon for imparting her valuable time and effort to participate as speaker during the 11th Scientific Forum of the Manila Doctors Hospital entitled PrEP, Partnership, Resources, Environment, Parenting, held on the 12th to 14th of July 2023. Given this 14th of July, signed by Dr. Regina Capulong, Chair of Scientific Program Committee, Dr. Lucy Morales, Overall Chair of MDH Pediatrics 11th Scientific Forum, Dr. Jocelyn Yambao Franco, our dear Chair of Department of Pediatrics of Manila Doctors Hospital, and Dr. Eugene Reyes, Medical Director, Manila Doctors Hospital. Thank you, Dr. Van. Once again, this is Dr. Ana Yuabi, your moderator for this session. Thank you for attending this particular session. Please don't go away, since we still have one last session to follow with our top-notch speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Hilda Alava, a pediatric allergist. I will be your moderator for the last panel session for this forum. I'm privileged to introduce our two distinguished speakers. Our first speaker is a co-resident and friend, Dr. Bernadette Madrid, a graduate of the UP College of Medicine, had her pediatric residency training at the UP PGH, her training in child protection and investigation of child abuse in the UK and the USA. Currently, she holds the positions Head of the Child Protection Unit of the Department of Pediatrics, UP-PGH, Executive Director of the Child Protection Network Foundation, Convener of Child Abuse, Neglect, and Exploitation Study Group, National Institutes of Health, and she's an attending pediatrician and head of the ambulatory section in PGH. Through the years, she has worked to make sure that abused children are seen, healed, and nurtured. Her extensive work and dedication as a child advocate has won for her multiple awards, including a Lifetime Achievement Award from the University of the Philippines Medical Alumni Society, Most Outstanding Pediatrician for 2021 from the Philippine Pediatric Society, Most Influential Filipina Woman in the World Award, Founder and Pioneer category of the Filipina Women's Network, and just recently in 2022, she bagged the prestigious Ramon Magsaysay Award, to name a few. I'm likewise honored to introduce attorney Antonio Alejandro Rebosa, who obtained his medical degree from the University of Santo Tomas, Faculty of Medicine and Surgery. He finished law, Faculty of Civil Law from the same university, studied BS Criminology at Philippine College of Criminology, and underwent forensic training at the PNP Crime Laboratory Service at Camp Crame. He is a founding member of the Philippine Association of Forensic Medicine and the Philippine Medical Legal Society, Incorporated, a fellow of the American College of Legal Medicine, and a board-certified diplomate of the American Board of Legal Medicine. Despite his very hectic schedule, he manages to teach legal medicine and medical jurisprudence. He is a board reviewer and holds consultancy and legal counsel positions in multiple medical schools. He has co-authored the book Basics of Philippine Medical Jurisprudence and Ethics. As if these were not enough, he has an active law practice. Let us all welcome our speakers, Dr. Bernadette Madrid and attorney Tony Rebosa. Hi, good evening. So we go straight to the case, okay? I think you were given the case previously, so this is just bullet points and summary. CM, a 19-year-old female Roman Catholic from Singalong, Manila. And for the personal and social history, she attends a SPED class, level 2, and her parents were separated. Mother is already deceased. Father currently lives in Laguna. And she lives with 4 household members, maternal half-brother, a sister-in-law, and 2 nephews. She identifies as a female and is attracted to the opposite sex. She had a previous relationship with a female which lasted for a year. Sexual abuse and rape was elicited on interview at 14 years of age, where the perpetrator was actually her brother-in-law who was living with them at the time of abuse. The perpetrator was drunk when he touched her private areas and put his finger inside her genitalia. She attempted to shout but hesitated because she was afraid that he would do something violent. Since then, she has had self-harm incidents whenever she recalls the abuse. However, there was no suicidal ideation. I think this is just a summary of the case. Maybe we can have Dr. Bernie to give your comment. Hi.
Yes. Hi. Good evening to everyone and my co-panelist, Attorney Rebosa. We have seen each other in many panels through the years. I think nagpagsi-silver anniversary na tayo, Attorney
Of course, I'm
Rebosa.
very honored to share the spotlight again with the multi-awarded Dr. Bernadette Madrid. Bow, 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 bow.
Dako, parehas lang tayo magbabow to each other.
I haven't congratulated you yet. Congratulations.
Thank you, Attorney Rebosa. So, going to this case, she's 19 years old. Now we have to take that into consideration that she is an adult. because in terms of reporting the abuse, it's different for adults and different for children. Because for children, our anti-child abuse law has mandatory reporting. That means, especially for doctors, physicians, and nurses, when you have a suspicion of abuse, you don't have to prove it, but you have to report it. No? And there are many agencies who can receive the report, namely, for example, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, or the LGUs. But this mandatory reporting stops when you are now faced with an adult, and in our Philippine law, 19 years old, unless she is mentally challenged or severely physically disabled, that she cannot take care of herself. You know, a 19-year-old is considered an adult. So there is no mandatory reporting in that case.
Bernie, I
Yeah?
think the abuse happened when she was 14.
Yes, she was. Yes, even when she
But
was
even
14.
if it was reported, you're saying, because
Yeah,
it was reported
but
at
yeah,
9.
because she's now 19, and there
Okay.
was no report at the time when she was 14.
Okay.
When if it was discovered when she was 14, or at least before she was 18. No, it could have occurred when she was 14 and it was discovered when she was, say, 17. That there would be mandatory reporting in that case. No, but now it was discovered she's already 19. So she is an adult, and she has the choice of whether she would want it reported or not. Okay? Second, while maybe it was not reported and there's no mandatory reporting, she's obviously still experiencing the effects of the abuse. You know, she has thoughts of self-harm, and obviously she might be doing self-harm. And so if no management, even if it's not the chief complaint, if there is no management of this case, the consequences of that sexual abuse will continue, you know, and affect her life forever. Because the consequence, there is no such thing as she will just become okay as time goes on, because there is already those effects that can be seen. So at the very least, one should consider whether she needs therapy now. Okay, number one. And number two, how safe is she where she is? Because one of the pillars of therapy is the feeling of safety. You can do all the therapy that you want every day, but if there is no feeling of safety, that therapy will not work. Okay, so that's why where she is she safe? We don't even know where her brother-in-law is, whether he's still in the picture or not. You know, so that is part of the case management. That's why when we talk about case management, it's usually a team. It's not just the physician. No, so for us, the basic team is a doctor and a social worker working together. But you can enlarge the team. You can have mental health professionals, could have police also as part of the team. But definitely, you know, even if this was discovered accidentally, that she had the history of sexual abuse, it needs to be managed. Okay, so I will stop there so that Attorney Rebosa can also say his thoughts on the case, and then it will be good if there will be questions from our audience, you know, for them to whatever clarifications they would need. So over to you.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. All right. So we have here a case of a 19-year-old female who supposedly, by history, you discovered, or she intimated that she was sexually abused at age 14, or some 5 years before consult. Now, it was by way of supposed insertion of a finger into her private part. So would that constitute rape, or would that constitute acts of lasciviousness? In 1990 or before 1997, rape can only be committed by way of carnal knowledge. That is the penis penetrating the female private part. No? If you insert your finger mo yung babae, that's only acts of lasciviousness, and that only carries a prison term of less than 6 years. And of course, that would only be heard by the lower court. Of course, when you say rape, this would be tried by the regional trial court and is supposedly non-bailable and punishable with reclusion perpetua or 20 to 40 years in prison, life imprisonment. But after in 1997, we now have what we call rape through sexual assault. The law was changed. So insertion of foreign objects into the genitalia or the anal orifice of a person, please take note, person, lalaki o babae. Kasi dati, before 1997, only a man could be a victim of rape and only a woman only a man can perpetrate, or be charged with rape, and only a woman can be a victim of rape. But with this definition now, after 1997, the use of the word person, even a man can now be a victim of rape, and also a woman now can also be charged with rape. But there are two kinds of rape now. One would be the older one, which is rape through through carnal knowledge, sexual penetration, and rape through sexual assault, which is the insertion. No? Rape through sexual assault is bailable, pwedeng magpiyansa. Yung rape through carnal knowledge, supposedly non-bailable. Rape through carnal knowledge, life imprisonment. Rape through sexual assaults is 6 years and 1 day up to 12 years. But the sentence is aggravated, or there is an added sentence, or it is aggravated if the victim is a minor. Now, can this 19-year-old girl, or di na siya girl, no? Kasi ang age of majority natin 18, no? Since this 19-year-old female patient of yours, no, is intimated to you that she was sexually assaulted 5 years before at 14. Siguro tatanong sa inyo, no? Siyempre, kahit hindi kayo abogado, kailangan alam nyo din. Pwede po ba ako mag-file ng kaso? It's been 5 years. Can she still file a case? The prescriptive period for rape, no, through carnal knowledge is 20 years. The prescriptive period for rape through sexual assault, if I'm not mistaken, is 12 years. So pwede pa siyang magsampa ng kaso. Makakapag-file pa siya. But filing is one thing, securing a conviction is another thing. Why? Please remember, no, parang it's so easy to file a case of rape but very difficult to obtain a conviction because the evidence required in criminal cases is guilt beyond reasonable doubt. No, the accused does not have to prove his innocence. All that he has to do is introduce doubts. Kaso ang problema nga din natin, no? Ano yung mga doubts na yon in this particular case? Siyempre, they would be asking, why did it take you 5 years? So your memory probably is already blunted, blah, blah, blah. No? And there are no witnesses. It's a matter of he said, she said. Again, basta makapag-introduce lang ng doubt, baka naman hindi niya ginawa. So, no, the presumption or the law would favor more the accused rather than the victim. Okay? So again, if you're asked itong pwede pa siya mag-file ng case, yes. Now, sabi nga ni Dr. Bernadette, do you have the duty to report? If you saw her, no, nung below 18 years of age siya, you have the duty to report that to the DSWD within 48 hours from knowledge thereof. Although easier said than done for most cases sa atin, no? Because sometimes, especially for physical abuse, the other parent, kunwari, ginulpi ng tatay, the mom would tell you, Doktora, baka nang pwede wag na nyo na pong i-report kasi pag inaresto po tatay na yung asawa ko, sino magpapakain sa amin, blah, blah, blah. But you have the duty to report. The law is the law. Dura lex sed lex, no? The law may be harsh, but it is the law. We'll have to report that. So, in this particular case, he's already 19. No, you do not have any more the duty to report, but perhaps you will have to, as Dr. Bernadette had said, no, kasi meron tayong ideation of suicide. I think that is more important. No, baka her blood would be in your hands if you don't do anything about it. But as to that duty to report, wala siguro. But you may have to refer now the patient to a psychiatrist. Kasi you have to look into the future. No, there have been cases in the past, not in the Philippines but in the States, no, where failure to refer the patient or a particular individual to a psychiatrist or to do something about it, no, resulted in the doctor, the physician, being criminally, civilly, and administratively charged. So siguro ang ganda lang muna ako. We'll await your questions if you have.
Okay. I was just thinking, no, you said no suicidal ideations. But actually, the self-harm, we're not sure, di ba? We're not sure if that self-harm is actually with the ending that they want to actually commit suicide without having to say it. Di ba? The fact that they're doing it. So, would that, when you just say, yung self-harm, pwede rin that will lead to suicide. I mean, if they...
And especially, Doctora, if not just self-harm, if you think that should be harmful to others and to the public, then you have the duty to report that. No? Okay lang yung siguro suicidal pa siya, pero homicidal siya, you need to report that.
Okay. So, for teachers, no? Like, because we're talking of children who are in school, like, let's say this one was discovered like by a teacher. What can the teachers watch out for, Bernie, maybe that's you.
Yeah.
You can actually watch when you're in a class, are there any red flags that they can watch out for to know that maybe this child might...
For me, we train teachers. Actually, we have a project with the Department of Education, and we did also research for safe schools on child sexual abuse. Although it is non-specific, anytime that a child who has been performing well, okay ang performance sa school, suddenly starts failing, iba na yung behavior niya, becomes delinquent, that has to be investigated. There is usually a cause. It is not necessarily immediately that is child abuse, but that should immediately be one of the differentials na iniisip ng teacher. Something is going on with this child that is causing this poor performance. So for me, basta a child who is doing well, suddenly does not do well, investigate. So when the teacher investigates, of course, they have to have rapport with the child, and the child should feel comfortable talking to the teacher. Kasi kung terror yung teacher o galit pa sa kanya, hindi magsasalita yung bata. The child will just say, "Oh, I'm okay, nothing's wrong," wala, no? So there should be that rapport and trust between the child and the teacher towards the teacher before the child will disclose. And of course, when the teacher talks to the child, dapat it should be in a private room where no other children are listening para hindi mapahiya yung bata. And once the child discloses to the teacher, dapat marunong din ng teacher mag-respond, no? Hindi siya dapat mag-act na shock or galit or anything. All schools, by virtue of the DepEd Child Protection Policy, all schools should have a child protection committee that is chaired by the principal and co-chaired by the guidance counselor. And the school child protection committee handles that's where the teacher will report. No, so may algorithm on how teachers will respond. So they once they know of an abuse case or suspect, then they report to the guidance counselor or the principal. Usually it's the guidance counselor. And then from there, they can have the child evaluated, by the child protection unit, and or with the LGU, involve the LGU, social worker, especially since it's the LGU social worker who has the power to take the child to consult and be assessed, in a child protection unit.
Recording in progress. Bernie, does every school have that algorithm that you're talking about, or is that like part of the orientation for the teachers?
That should be part of the school. Kasi if you look at the DepEd, School Child Protection Policy, kasali yan, pati yung algorithm na yan, kasali yan, annex yan. But whether all schools know that is another matter.
Kasi it's important to know, no? Because the teachers may be the first ones who identify, and then after that, wala naman silang gagawin, then it's useless, di ba?
Oo, you cannot do nothing, you know, and if a child discloses and you do nothing, para sa akin, para kang accomplice sa abuse. No.
Do you if a child is abused, okay, are they encouraged to share experiences, or they're, you know, sometimes to talk about it, or it has to be in a controlled environment? Are they told not to say anything?
Yeah. For example, when a child discloses in class, so she's there with all her classmates. She discloses in front of the class. The teacher should gently, you know, redirect the child so that she does not discloses all the details in front of the class. Because later on, she will regret it because you don't know what the classmates will do. You know, pwede siyang source of chismis, and it will spread and she may get bullied. No, so after redirecting, the teacher then talks to the child in private without the classmates listening. Yeah.
Okay, Attorney Rebosa, that RA number 7610, the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act, where the state shall intervene on behalf of the child when the parent, guardian, teacher, or person having care or custody of the child fails or is unable to protect the child against abuse. Is this really in place? I mean, you know, is there a law that will follow through? I mean, it's different when you have this Republic Act, and it's different when it's actually carried out, diba? So how strong is this Republic Act?
Yeah, assuming, let's say that of course the victim is a minor or a retardate, no, and the parents or the guardians refuse to file a case, so wala lang, ano pakialam, no? The state can actually come into the picture by way of the doctrine of parens patria, meaning that the state is our substitute or our second parent. So if once reported to the DSWD or to the police authorities, it becomes incumbent upon, well, it is usually the DSWD who would be filing the case for and on behalf of this minor or retardate, and or will even take custody of this particular child. And then from there, we'll see how justice will roll, no? Whether it be for the victim, the child victim, or for the accused. Because of course, again, as I've said, no, especially in criminal cases, no, due process din yan, guilt beyond reasonable doubt. It's very easy to file cases, but very difficult to actually win or to secure a conviction.
How long does it usually take? Okay, one case, let's say.
Yeah,
from the time you...
yeah. Alam mo naman sa Pilipinas.
Yun nga eh. That's why I was just thinking it's one thing that you catch somebody, file a case, but until the end, how long does it take? Baka naman...
I had one case from way back about 2008. It was only about 8 years. That the accused was convicted. So that would have been 2008 plus 8, 2016. Of course, even if he's now in the National Penitentiary, is entitled to appeal. So the case is still under appeal. And it's still with the Court of Appeals. Wala pa sa Supreme Court. So it would take another maybe 5-10 years, no? For the final decision of the Supreme Court. Siyempre, masakit naman dun sa accused. If he gets acquitted, he would have spent about more than 20 years in jail. If of course the victim would also feel very, very bad about it, if you know, if indeed the crime had been committed. No, I have one case right now where I'm the private prosecutor for a supposed less than 2-year-old girl who was supposedly sexually molested. Started last year. It was only last year, but mabilis kami. No, it would now be the presentation of the defense by in 2 months' time. So yung iba mabilis, yung iba mabagal.
So it has to do with the court where it is?
Yes,
Ganun ba yun?
perhaps.
Yes, yes.
Very
It
true.
depends talaga on the judge.
Oo.
But
Pero
I
di
have
ba,
but I have seen through the years, that it has improved. You know, it has
okay.
improved.
Yeah,
Di ba
pero
they make a,
30%.
But it
Don't they
depends
raffle
on the judge. It depends on the
don't they
judge.
raffle the cases, di ba? It's
Yes.
raffled to certain judges. So, okay.
There are certain circumstances beyond the control kasi, like if the judge now retires or is transferred to another court, the lawyer usually representing the accused or the victim, no, they change lawyers. That would also delay.
Umpisa na naman. Start from
Yes.
start again.
Yun naman, pa siyempre pag-aaralan pa yung kaso, and there are so many reasons, no, why cases would be delayed.
Okay. How about a child in the elementary years, no, who was abused by a teacher? How can we as a family be able to protect the child? What is the right thing to do to the teacher?
I suppose naman siguro they will be filing cases against the teacher. So the first one would be administrative, no, within the school system.
Within the school, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And usually, siguro naman there's preventive suspension wherein the teacher will not be allowed to teach or to see the victim. And of course, what will follow naturally will have to be the criminal case. But then again, of course, for me as a lawyer, no, you have to accord due process, no, to the teacher. No, there has to be a hearing before you condemn her, no? And this is usually, kasi sometimes I'm also with the defense, no? You're dealing with children who alleges that they have been sexually abused. So for me as lawyer for the accused, wala namang mga witnesses who saw what happened. So this would be a battle of expert witnesses. When I say expert witnesses, this would be a battle of physicians as experts, medical legal experts, forensics experts, and psychiatrists, child psychiatrists. The basic question here is this, no? Dr. Bernadette, is a child capable of lying? And can a child be coached to lie while giving the testimony? Because as I've said, in criminal cases, doubt lang ang kailangan para ma-acquit. So if you have a psychiatrist who would say, yes, she could have been coached, yun lang ang pag-asa ng akusado kasi wala nga witnesses. But that already for me would be the doubt that just might, no, have him acquitted. So that is a question that needs to be answered by experts. So it's up now to the judge to determine the credibility of the witnesses being presented. Mas credible ba tong witness na to na doktor? So they would be looking at the credentials, blah, blah, blah. Or the way, of course, it also has something to do with how the lawyer presents him. No? How to exploit that, yung mga credentials, no, and the like. Ay, kasi Dr. Bernadette ang witness mo, wala problema. We'll take your testimony, hook, line, and sinker.
Yung school child protection policy, kasama yan on how to handle cases pag teacher ang accused, no? So, as Attorney I always say Rebosa said, Ted, kaya nga na new Secretary of Health.
Congratulatory note sa text message.
Yung may admin immediately pag may mag-report, may investigation din gagawin yung school, and lahat yan yung sinabi ni Attorney Rebosa, yun ang mangyayari. And for the filing of the cases, that is separate. It's not the school who will file the case against their own teacher. Sa kanila, they will be looking at the administrative case. If there is, may process din. Of course, kailangan talaga may due process yung teachers. Hindi naman sasabihin kaagad na guilty siya. No? So, ang mangyayari is that these two processes will be independent of each other. Pero dapat alam din ng eskwelahan paano i-manage yung meanwhile that all of this is going on, no? So tama yun, the teacher will be in preventive suspension, the child will still be going to school, pero how do you protect the child also while all of this is going on para na hindi, no, that the schooling will not be interrupted and she or he will not be suffering being the cause of gossip in the school. So how to handle this also confidentially so that there is privacy both for the accused and the victim, no? Kasi yung may reputation din yung teacher. So kaya kailangan marunong din yung school paano i-handle yan, very important. Oo.
Okay, another question. What about if the perpetrators are the minors' classmates who are themselves minors who committed a crime of abuse or rape? How will the punishment or legal procedure be different? Minor to minor.
Una muna si attorney.
Well, the school has its own rules and regulations, but the school can only go as far as expulsion. No, hanggang doon lang sila. They would not have the power to send this student to jail, no, and the like. So again, due process, there would be investigations and the like. Now, assuming, let's say, that the parents would be, or the DSWD would be filing criminal cases, please remember, if they're below 15, no, the case can prosper, but they probably will not go to jail. No, if at all, ano lang yan,
Rehab, parang ganun.
yeah, rehab or sa boys town, no. And it would be more of a civil case against the parents. Civil means money. No? So if we're dealing with minors, especially those who are below 15, no, ano lang yun, they probably would end up lang na yung mga reprimand, no. They will not be imprisoned, no, to be with the hardened criminals. But certainly, and they will be rehabilitated. No, they will be given punishments then, but not penal ang kanilang punishments. But more of course, yung sa school, no? Doon din nagkakaroon ng ng demandahan kasi of course the parents of the the student who was expelled, no, would also be filing cases, I'm sure, against the school, especially if, as I've said, no, madaling mag-file kasi ng case but if there are no witnesses, it's just, you know, he said, she said. So it will really go to court.
So Bernie, do you have anything comments about?
Yeah, we have to remember that yung age of criminal liability in the Philippines is 15 years and 1 day. So if they are younger than 15 years and 1 day, there is no criminal liability. But it doesn't mean that there should be no intervention. That is what I keep on emphasizing to everyone, that no criminal liability doesn't mean napabayaan mo na lang, na walang kaso. No, there should still be intervention, and the challenge there is how and who will give the intervention, and how do you force the child to undergo intervention, you know, kung yung court is not involved. That is the challenge. If they're really good parents, they would want their child to undergo intervention. Because without any intervention, ano mangyayari sa batang yang growing up, di ba? Oo. Now, if they are if they're now 15 years and 1 day, then they will be assessed whether the child has discernment or not. What does that mean? Whether they know what they're doing or not. If there is discernment, then they could be placed in a facility for children like this. If there's no discernment, kunyari, mentally challenged yung bata, okay, they will not be placed in any facility, but I would still say that the child will still need intervention. Whether there is criminal liability or not, there should always be intervention if we want to prevent this child growing up to be involved in more conduct disorders, no? So kailang konti lang yung marunong kung anong gagawin sa mga batang to yan ang problema. Oo.
Yeah, it's a big thing actually.
Yeah, oo.
Related to that, no, what are the common long-term behavioral effects of abuse in children? Like you said, more disruptive behavior, and how about, relationships in the future?
Oh, all of that, yeah.
Oh.
All of that is affected, no? So you have psychological, that's depression, anxiety, suicide behavior, fears, etc. And then you could have externalizing behavior. That means high-risk behaviors, drugs, substance use, smoking, multiple sexual partners, and then later on, failed marriages, etc. So talagang hanggang sa whole life stage meron siyang effect. Kung wala kang intervention, and even going into the next generation, their own children will also be at risk. So talagang the intervention there, you would need, of course, also therapy, and then the right form of therapy. It's not that any therapy will work. Kailangan it should be evidence-based.
Last question, Attorney Rebosa, when you have cases, no, not about patients, rape cases, patients with sociopathic behavior, antisocial, how high or how big is the percentage that they might have been abused in the past? Is it something that you routinely look for? If they have sociopathic, narcissistic, behavior, like some personality disorder?
Well,
baka
I wouldn't know really if my client had been abused before, no, unless I would have to ask, and it's part of the it's a vital part, no, of the case.
So you have to ask.
Yes, we kasi but usually there's denial, especially if the accused would always tell you, syempre, he's not going to admit if I'm dealing with the accused. No, but that is something that I would have to exploit also on the other party, on the other side, but not perhaps because I'm only bound by what my client would tell me. No, and even of course they always say, paano pag alam mo naman guilty ang client mo? Our code of ethics as lawyers is you still have to defend them with zeal. But I have about a few cases right now, no. I try to psychologize, but I really can't force them, no, to tell me what happened during their childhood, if at all, unless this would be very, very important in the defense or in the prosecution of the case.
It's always a question of nature versus nurture. But no one has really found a gene that says that you'll be psychopathic if you have that gene. Even if you have tendencies, sabihin mo, some personality tendencies, it's still the environment that will ultimately determine what you will become. So your experiences through life will really shape what you become.
That's why the school is also important. We have so many questions, pero
like abused children, they tend to become abusive also as parents.
Yes, that's what we see actually. Well, thank you very much, Bernie and Attorney Tony Rebosa. We wish we could have at least an hour more, maybe a few words from each of you before we end.
I really think that in this case of the child presenting with submandibular mass, and then a comprehensive history discovered the past experience of sexual abuse. I think that emphasizes that especially when we're dealing with children, ito 19 years old na, but when we're dealing with children, talagang comprehensive yung history natin, especially some take for granted the psychosocial history na it's not important. That ano lang yan, it's just one of those things. It's soft. It's a soft science. It's really you should do it, paliwala. But it's important because when we look at the consequences of abuse, the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study has shown that so many of our chronic adult diseases, the probable cause our adverse childhood experiences. So if we want to prevent, all of these chronic diseases in adulthood, as well as all of the mental health problems that's cropping up now all over the place, we really should have a comprehensive psychosocial history and be ready to deal with abuse if we find that out. So yan yung aking
Thank you,
words. Yeah.
Attorney.
Yeah, for me as a lawyer, siguro, also as a doctor, you just have to know the law and do not be afraid to apply the law. Like, we often have second thoughts about reporting, but the law says we have to report. No, of course, easier said than done that we're scared, but the law says we have to do that. And so kailangan malakas din yung loob mo kasi yun eh. It's either you or them.
Yeah.
No? And you're not just, and of course you have to help out the child. It's part of the whole process. No, it's not just medical. It has to also to be legal.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for a very engaging panel discussion. I think we will now present the certificate of appreciation. This certificate of appreciation is given to Dr. Bernadette Madrid and Dr. Antonio Rebosa for imparting their valuable time and effort to participate as speakers during this panel discussion of the 11th Scientific Forum of the Manila Doctors Hospital entitled PrEP, Partnership, Resources, Environment, Parenting, held on the 12th to the 14th of July 2023. Given this 14th of July 2023, signed by Dr. Regina Capulong, Chair of the Scientific Program Committee, Dr. Luchi Morales, Overall Chair of the Manila Doctors Hospital Pediatrics 11th Scientific Forum, Dr. Jocelyn Yambao Franco, Chair of the Department of Pediatrics of Manila Doctors Hospital, and Dr. Eugene Reyes, Medical Director, Manila Doctors Hospital. Thank you very much, and let's give a virtual round of applause for our wonderful speakers. Thank you very much. Bye. Good evening, everyone.
Please don't forget to visit our virtual booths via our Docquity page to learn more about our partners. For this session, our lecture is brought to you by GlaxoSmithKline.
Hello, dear doctors, and good day. Welcome to this presentation wherein I will be discussing a common illness that we encounter in our practice and how we can prevent it through vaccination. I am Dr. Kevin Bautista. I'm a pediatric pulmonologist and a GSK Medical Affairs Manager for vaccines. But before I start, just a few slides on our disclosures and disclaimers. So just a reminder that this presentation is for healthcare professionals only. If you need further information regarding our products, so you may ask from our staff or go to gskpro.ph. Also, kindly forward all adverse events and product complaints to GSK Philippines via the shown contact details. So we have here our email for adverse events and also our email and cell phone number for product complaints. Also, I'm a part-time GSK employee and I do not hold shares in GSK. To start our discussion, so first I would like to present a case. Our case is FT, and she is a 4-year-old female who was brought to your clinic with a 4-day history of rhinorrhea, cough, and fever. And then today she complains of headache and back pain. Our patient is noted to be less active and also has fair appetite. Her mother disclosed that her other child also had cough and colds the week prior, and then our patient has been well since birth and has received routine vaccinations including 1 dose of BCG and 3 doses of hepatitis B, TTP, IPV, HIV. However, she did not receive PCV, PPV, and the influenza vaccines. In the clinic, our patient appeared cooperative with the following vital signs. Heart rate is at 110, respiratory rate is at 30, she is febrile with a temperature of 38.2 degrees centigrade, oxygen saturation is at 95% on room air, and her weight is 15 kilograms. Pertinent on the rest of the examination is the presence of clear nasal discharge, hyperemic tonsils. However, there were no exudate scenes. There are no retraction scenes, and she had clear breath sounds on auscultation, and she also had good perfusion. So if we are presented with this case, so if ever we see this patient in our clinic, usually we will diagnose this patient as having SVI, or other possible diagnoses would include ORT, such as common cold or acute nasopharyngitis. But if you look closely, so actually our patient has flu. So what exactly is influenza? So influenza is a highly contagious acute respiratory illness caused by an infection with the influenza viruses. And actually, this is a very common illness of the respiratory system. It's so common that it affects people all over the world, whatever their age, gender, or race. It also causes millions of illnesses and tens of thousands of deaths every year. And also take note that the flu can repeatedly affect the same people. The mode of transmission can be via droplet through direct or indirect contact with respiratory secretions, and on the average, the incubation period is about 2 days, while the duration of illness is 5 to 10 days, but it can be longer in children and in immunocompromised individuals. Now, these are the general features of influenza, and most are seen in our patient case. The patient presents with fever, so similarly with our patient, there's an abrupt onset of fever and can reach as high as 38.8 degrees centigrade. There's also the presence of non-productive cough as well as sore throat. There is myalgia, especially of the back muscles. There's headache, rhinorrhea, eye pain, and sensitivity to light. And there's also substernal chest burning. In addition, children may also present with vomiting and diarrhea. And on this next slide, so these are the complications of influenza. Our patients could develop secondary bacterial pneumonia, and the usual etiologies of this bacterial pneumonia are the strep pneumoniae, H. influenzae, and Staphylococcus aureus. So these are the most commonly identified bacterial agents. A patient can also develop primary influenza viral pneumonia. Although this complication is uncommon, it carries a high fatality rate. And then they can also develop Rey syndrome, especially if they are given aspirin for the fever. But it's a good thing that in the Philippines, we do not usually give aspirin for the fever. And then primarily in association with influenza B, the patient presents with severe vomiting and confusion, which may progress to coma due to swelling of the brain. There can also be myocarditis, worsening of chronic bronchitis, and other chronic pulmonary diseases. And then worst of all, the patient can also die because of influenza and its related complications. So influenza viruses are classified into 4 types. So we have influenza A, B, C, and D. Classification of influenza A, B, and C is based on their antigenic differences exhibited by the nucleocapsid and matrix proteins. Influenza C is rarely reported as a cause of human illness and is capable of infecting both humans and swine, whereas influenza D primarily affects cattle and is not known to infect or cause illness in people. Diseases in humans are just caused by the influenza A and B viruses. Equal levels of awareness and attention should be paid to both influenza types. Findings consistent with some previous studies have compared the clinical features of influenza A and B and infections in both outpatients and hospitalized children. Although some of the reports have covered only a single influenza season, the common message here is that the clinical manifestation of influenza A and B are largely similar in children. So if you look at the graph here, so especially if you look at vomiting, dehydration, and pneumonia, so the features for both influenza A and B are similar. So this tells us that by symptoms alone, we cannot identify if the disease is caused by influenza A or if it is caused by influenza B. The ability of influenza A to cause seasonal epidemics and pandemics result from continuous antigenic drifts and sporadic antigenic shifts in the two important viral glycoproteins on their surfaces, which are hemagglutinin, the HA, and the neuraminidase. So this is the NA. These two forms of antigenic variation is the virus's way of defeating our immune response and responsible to resistance to neuraminidase inhibitors. On a yearly basis, the more relevant phenomenon is the antigenic drift, which are minor mutations within the antibody binding sites in the hemagglutinin and to a lesser extent to the neuraminidase, or it can happen to both. This occurs for both influenza A and B, but actually more pronounced in influenza A and it also occurs more frequently in influenza A. So we've already talked about what is influenza. So now let's talk about why is influenza prevention important. So this is the why. This is why we need to talk about influenza prevention. So influenza, as we know, can cause a substantial burden at local, national, and global levels. It can cause substantial burden on health. If you look at in terms of clinical illness, hospitalization, socioeconomic burden, and even death. And if you look at the numbers here, 5.6% of global LRTI was attributable to influenza, and that's also occurred particularly in the elderly. In terms of hospital admission, flu accounted for almost 10 million of hospital admissions, particularly in children. Flu contributed to over 2 million admissions due to LRTI. And then during annual epidemics, rates of serious illnesses and death are highest among the very young. So this will be our patients, children aged less than 2 years, and also the elderly. So those aged 65 years and above, and people of any age who have medical conditions that place them at increased risk of hospitalizations from flu. Pneumonia is the most common complication of flu, and influenza together are the 7th leading cause of death in the elderly. Most deaths associated with influenza in industrialized countries occur among people aged 65 years. And for example, in the USA, older adults account for 90% of deaths due to pneumonia and influenza. And data from 13 US states show that the highest hospitalization rates for influenza were among people aged 65 and above and those aged less than 1 year old, while children aged 2 to 5 years old were at increased risk for influenza-related clinic and emergency department visits. Looking at influenza burden in children, it can cause substantial morbidity and mortality, particularly in the younger age group. So we've seen here in 2008, the estimated new cases of influenza in children worldwide was 90 million, and deaths attributable to influenza in children is around 110,000. And the highest rates of symptomatic influenza among children occurred in those less than 14 years, particularly to those less than 5 years of age. Some observational studies reported household transmission of flu to be 13 and 32% respectively. In children, overall attack rate is about 25%, which is higher comparing to 5 to 10% in adults. One Taiwan study states that the raw in school is 2.8 to 16.9 compared to 1.2 to 2.4% in the community. One Taiwan study states that the raw in school is 2.8 to 6.9 compared to the 1.2 to 2.4 in the community. Close environments is also a causal factor. Influenza in infants and young children is generally more severe when compared to influenza in adults. In 2018, the highest attack rates were seen in children at 20 to 30% compared to 5 to 10% in adults. Those less than 5 years of age are particularly vulnerable, especially those with underlying comorbidity. And also take note that children are efficient transmitters of the disease. Influenza is indeed a common illness, especially in the unvaccinated. WHO data tells us that among the unvaccinated, it affects 1 in 5 children and 1 in 10 adults. In our country in 2019, before the pandemic, majority of cases were seen in the pediatric age group, particularly those less than 5 years of age. In the Philippines, the influenza viruses circulate year-round and there are multiple annual peaks observed. The increased activity is seen in the months of June to November. Locally, the disease is expected to cause almost 500,000 cases annually and with more than 5,000 deaths, and these are mostly seen in those more than 60 years of age. To discuss further, let us take a closer look at this 2019 influenza surveillance. We can see that the transmission coincides with the rainy season and school opening. So right now, it has been declared that the rainy season has started. And there were 2 peaks observed with different dominant influenza types. The first peak occurred during the first 2 months of the year and was caused by influenza B virus. And then the second peak occurred during the third quarter of the year, which is the rainy months and is caused by the influenza A virus. It is also particularly important to note that 2 lineages of influenza B, named the Yamagata and Victoria, are circulating annually. Now let's go to the how. So how can influenza be prevented? So how do we now prevent influenza? So vaccination against the currently circulating virus strains represent the most effective way to help prevent influenza. There are actually several types of influenza virus vaccines. As shown on the screen, currently available influenza vaccines are either live attenuated or inactivated. 3 variations of the inactivated vaccine currently exist. So these are the whole virion, the subunit, and the split virion vaccines. Let us focus on the inactivated vaccine since these are what we have here. So the whole virion vaccines use the whole virus particle and as a consequence tend to generate a higher side effect profile than other inactivated vaccines. Currently, the whole virus vaccines have been replaced by the other less reactogenic split virus and subunit vaccines. The split virion and subunit vaccines are as immunogenic as the whole virion vaccines, but less reactogenic. The subunit vaccines contain only the part of the virus that is essential to elicit an immune response. This includes the 2 surface antigens, the HA and NA, in case of the influenza virus. And then the split virion vaccines, these vaccines are made by splitting the influenza virus particles to form fragments that provoke the desired immune response. These are similar to subunit vaccines and they are the most widely employed technique for the influenza vaccines. The World Health Organization has identified the priority groups for flu vaccination, and these are us, the health workers, the elderly, pregnant women, persons with comorbidities, and children less than 5 years of age. And again, so why do we need to vaccinate against the flu? So simply because the flu vaccine is available and it is part of the immunization recommendations. By vaccinating against flu, this study was able to achieve a 59% risk reduction and severity of influenza, also reduce social, economic, and healthcare burden. Take note that when children get sick, their caregivers also will miss work. And lastly, vaccination increases herd immunity, especially in the elderly. The trivalent and quadrivalent influenza vaccines are available. Both would contain 2 strains of influenza A, but the trivalent vaccine would contain just 1 influenza B strain compared to the 2 strains of influenza B contained in the quadrivalent vaccine. Fluctuating B strains can result in incorrect inclusion of the recommended B strain in the trivalent vaccines, causing B mismatch, thereby leading to a gap in protection. And these threats are addressed by the quadrivalent influenza vaccine, which contains an additional B influenza strain compared with the only one found in the trivalent vaccine. So the quadrivalent vaccine provides broad and direct protection against the 4 strains that cause almost all influenza diseases worldwide and thus helps to bridge the gap in influenza protection, offering broader protection for health seekers and patients of all ages. So the flu quadrivalent vaccine is a quadrivalent vaccine with 4 influenza strains in one vaccine, again offering broad protection, and in comparison with the trivalent, contains an additional B influenza lineage. So sa the trivalent vaccines, so since they only have one B strain, they may lack Victoria and others may lack the Yamagata. The quadrivalent vaccine was highly immunogenic against all 4 vaccine strains. The serum antibodies against HA are considered to be correlates of vaccine-induced protection for inactivated influenza vaccines. Higher levels of antibody induced by vaccination decrease the risk for illness caused by strains that are antigenically similar to those strains of the same type or subtype included in the vaccine. So remember that influenza vaccine is given at a minimum age of 6 months. Missed opportunity for vaccination is regarded as every visit of the individual to the healthcare center who needed to be vaccinated, and that though true contraindications did not exist, they did not receive the necessary vaccines. The necessity to promote the schedule and the importance of vaccination show themselves as a protection factor against delays and set the need that both the pediatrician and health authorities are responsible for promoting these prevention messages. So we must, to promote immunization, let us leverage on the fact that children less than 12 months of age, they visit their healthcare providers more frequently, and this age group is also more prone to the diseases and its complications. And also, in some cases, delays are not due to parental concern with the vaccine or lack of awareness of severity of disease, but instead with their lack of familiarity with the recommended schedule. Parents are not expected to know the recommended vaccination schedule. It is actually our job to discuss with them the recommended vaccines. So as pediatricians, let us offer influenza vaccination as early as 6 months old, along with other recommended vaccines in children. So we are at the end of the pandemic. Vaccination is especially important for people at high risk of serious influenza complications and for people who live with or care for high-risk individuals. And flu immunization is the most effective intervention available to reduce harm from flu and pressure on the health and social care system. And especially that we are now still experiencing COVID-19, there are still cases of COVID-19, it's also important that we protect the population from influenza. So thank you very much for your kind attention. This is my Last slide, and I hope we do encourage our patients and their families to get flu vaccinated. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is a pediatric cardiologist. He is a former professor and chairman of Department of Pediatrics in University of the Philippines Philippine General Hospital. He is currently a part-time medical consultant in GSK Philippines. Doctors, please welcome Dr. Edgardo Ortiz.
There are currently 3 licensed hexavalent vaccines in the world, and 2 are available in the Philippines. While the hexavalent vaccines contain antigens that would protect against the 6 diseases, a range of important differences exist. The length of clinical experience, the data on specific populations like preterm babies, the co-administration with other vaccines, safety endpoints, and of course, data on immunogenicity and immune persistence for each antigen, which is our topic for today. The GSK hexavalent vaccine has been extensively studied in more than 60,000 infants who received the primary and booster doses. Its immune persistence data is the longest one that has been documented across all antigens among the DTP combination vaccines. This is graphically demonstrated in this slide, which shows that the GSK hexavalent vaccine licensed in 2000 has antigen persistence of 7 to 8 years for all the antigens and at least 15 years for the hepatitis B antigen. And these parameters and data are continuously being monitored and updated until today. Let us now look at some of this data. This graph comes from the result of 2 separate studies done on German children who received 3 primary doses of the GSK hexavalent vaccine and a booster at the second year of life. The x-axis are the 10 antigens in the vaccine against the 6 preventable diseases, and the y-axis, the percentage of subjects with seroprotection or seroconversion. The solid bars represent those who were followed up after 4 to 6 years, and the checkered bars for those who were followed up at 7 to 9 years. And as you can see, there is a high percentage of positivity in all antigens except for the anti-pertussis toxoid at 7 years, which was only at 32%. This lower percentage of positivity against pertussis toxoid is expected. We have to remember that immunity to pertussis, whether from the vaccine or natural infection, wanes. This highlights the need for boosters in adolescents and adults. Bordetella pertussis is endemic in all countries of the world, and epidemics occur every 2 to 5 years. Here in the Philippines, the last one occurred in 2018, and another one might be expected anytime soon. So we have to be very prepared. Another antigen that requires long-term immunity is your hepatitis B. Although the risk of contracting chronic hepatitis B virus infection is highest in infants, all age groups are at risk, especially in countries like the Philippines, which is hyperendemic for hepatitis B. This long-term surveillance study of antibody titers against hepatitis B using the 3+1 schedule showed that 98.4% of the subjects had a seroprotective antibody titer 1 month after the booster dose. After following this up for 14 to 50 years, 53.7% remained to have antibody levels above the threshold before a booster challenge. And this went up to 92.5% after the challenge or the booster, demonstrating a very robust anamnestic response and long-term persistence of antibodies. What is more interesting is that even in patients who were detected to be seronegative for hepatitis B surface antigen, and you can see here that after the booster, after the challenge, 82.9% of them again produced an important anamnestic response. So this very important data provides us confidence of protection against the devastating impact of the disease.
Dear doctors, for us to improve in our conduct of future CME activities, may we ask for your gift of feedback by typing in your browser vivox.app, then type the session ID 197445825, or simply scan the QR code you see on your screen. Thank you.
Finals game ng team, but I got the flu. My trip to Japan, but I got the flu. Ready sa beach team building with my work crew. I got the flu, I got the flu. Hasal ka flu. Won't let you stop me again. No, 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 no the flu. I got the shot, Bakuna shot. For me and you.
2023 is your year. Make sure the flu won't stop you. Talk to your doctor about the flu vaccine. For over 20 years, 210 million doses of Infenrix Hexa have been distributed in over 90 countries, helping to protect against 6 diseases: hepatitis B, polio, pertussis, diphtheria, tetanus, and Haemophilus influenza type B. Infenrix Hexa has also been extensively evaluated in over 100 clinical trials, including 1,600 preterm infants and through real-world practice. What's more, it has the widest co-administration options amongst 6-in-1 vaccines. With 17 years of post-marketing safety surveillance, up to 7 years follow-up of immune persistence against all antigens, and 14 years of long-term antibody persistence data for hepatitis B, you can be guided by the robust clinical evidence. Infenrix Hexa provides high vaccine efficacy, over 80% against pertussis, after a 3-dose primary vaccination schedule. Today, after more than 20 years of clinical use, thanks to your unparalleled experience in vaccination, Infenrix Hexa has been administered to millions of babies. But the fight against severe diseases isn't over, so let's help protect millions more babies in the future. Every one as important as the first.
For this session, our lecture is brought to you by Wyeth Philippines Incorporated.
Day, doctors. Today's focus is answering the question, how can good health and a competent immune system build a strong foundation in the achievement of gifted milestones in children? Gifts are built through healthy pregnancy, balanced nutrition, immunity to diseases, a positive family environment, and high-quality early learning. Uncertainties of the COVID-19 pandemic are ever present, but we look forward to a better future. Looking back, a study done in New York on a cohort of infants exposed to maternal COVID-19 infection during pregnancy and compared with unexposed controls showed that infants born during the pandemic had significantly lower scores on gross motor, fine motor, and personal social subdomains. Another study in China investigated the association between the pandemic experience and neurodevelopment of 6-month-old and 1-year-old children, which showed a higher risk of delay in the fine motor and communication domains by age 1-year-old. Stressful situations compromise a child's ability to respond effectively to other stressors. It impacts genes, structural parts of the brain, and brain functions, resulting in adults who overreact to stressors, which then lead to maladaptive coping behaviors, which predisposes them to chronic health conditions later in life. But just as there are stressors, there are also protective factors. Protection means that we build not only on the skills of children, but also the adults who interact with them. Now, there are 3 things to remember to ensure this protection. First, supportive and responsive relationships. Second, strong core skills and good health. And third, a community that helps reduce these sources of stress. Stable, responsive relationships with committed adults is the single most common factor for children to develop the capacity to overcome serious hardships in life. When caregivers are faced with highly elevated levels of stress, their mental and emotional resources are drained, making the task of positive leadership in the family challenging. Therefore, it's not enough to be building on the skills of children, but also the adults who interact with them. Good health highlights prevention of disease, immunizations, well-child visits, water sanitation, and hygiene. The pandemic has brought about greater service coverage with teleconsultation, knowledge on good health through social media platforms, and easier access to health through mobile clinics. The last principle is to reduce sources of stress. Good communication in relationships, taking care of our own mental health, setting routines and limits, and encouraging play and exploration are all effective ways in managing stress. How can we ensure the uninterrupted achievement of gifted milestones? Preventive healthcare exists to help people maintain an optimal state of health. The question is, how well have we implemented prevention in our own practice? Protective factors through nurturing care can bring about good health and a competent immune system that allows for the uninterrupted achievement of gifted milestones. Thank you, colleagues. Good day to everyone.
To give us our closing remarks, please welcome the co-chair of the 11th Scientific Forum, Dr. Josephine Cruz.
Good evening. This concludes the 11th Scientific Forum of the Manila Doctors Hospital. Partnerships, resources, environment, and parenting in the school. I know you will agree that in the last 3 days, we have learned so much from our esteemed speakers who were meticulously chosen by our scientific committee headed by Dr. Regina Capulong. School health has always been our trust, as this is one area that is always in need of our utmost concern and attention. Our speakers, all specialists in their fields, were effective in teaching, reviewing, and enlightening us with the topics that are very relevant and timely. Kudos to all of them. Our pediatric consultant staff and our friendly sponsors from the industry were all supportive of this endeavor too. To that, we are very grateful. To the pediatric residents, our working force, please know that we appreciate all of you and your efforts to the max. In closing, on behalf of Dr. Jocelyn Yambao Franco, Chair of the Department of Pediatrics of the Manila Doctors Hospital, Dr. Luchi Morales, our overall chair of the Scientific Forum and the organizing committee, I would like to thank you all, our dear attendees, for gracing this activity and learning with us. I am Dr. Josephine Cruz. We hope to see you all again in the next Scientific Forum on School Health. Thank you very much and good evening, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. We would like to extend our deepest appreciation to our following sponsors. Our diamond sponsors: MSD Philippines, Pediatrica, Division of Unilab, Pfizer Philippines Incorporated, GlaxoSmithKline, our platinum sponsors: Cathay Drug Company Incorporated, Sanofi Pasteur, and Sanofi Consumer Healthcare. Our gold sponsors: Natrapharm Incorporated and Wyeth Philippines Incorporated. Our minor sponsors: the Cathay YSS, Otsuka, Pharma, Pharmacia, UAP, Tatio, Bayer Consumer Health, AstraZeneca, and Westmont, a division of Unilab. Thank you, dear sponsors, for making this event an unforgettable success. We look forward to continuing our fruitful collaboration in the future. We finally finished the 3-day journey of the Manila Doctors Hospital Department of Pediatrics. Prep school, partnerships, resources, environment, and parenting. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers who shared their expertise and to all our viewers who joined us in this adventure of a lifetime. We hope we were able to heighten your awareness that quality education is not limited to the 4 walls of the school. Rather, it is a holistic and systemic process that extends to learning at home and requires support from the community in every step of the way. See you again on our next expedition for the Filipino children.
Thank you.